1, via. 80, 6 destra lunga, 100, tieni la destra sul salto. In piazza sinistra, 70, 6 destra su doppio crinale, 80. 6 sinistra lunga, sgossi, stringe 4 su crinale, 60. 4 destra, stringe 3. Tieni la sinistra su 80, 6 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra, 50, 6 sinistra, 60, 6 sinistra su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, 100, salita, 5 destra su possibile saldo. Tre, 2, 1, via! 80, 6 destra lunga, 100, tieni la destra sul salto. In piatto sinistra, 70, 6 destra su doppio crinale, 80. 6 sinistra lunga su ossi, stringe 4 su crinale, 60. 4 destra, stringe 3. Tieni la sinistra su 80, 6 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra, 50, 6 sinistra, 60, 6 sinistra su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, 100, salita, 5 destra su possibile salto, in 5 sinistra su salto crinale, apre molto lunga, in attenzione 5 destra su crinale, stringe, in 3 sinistra lunga stringe e breve 4 destra e al centro su salto, in 5 sinistra, in 6 destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale, 50, 6 destra, in 6 sinistra lunga, 60, tieni il centro sul grande salto, 120, 5 destra lunga, in 4 stretta sinistra stringe, 50, 6 destra, 60, tieni il centro su crinale su 80, attenzione 4 sinistra su crinale, stringe 2, in 3 destra lunga stringe, in 4 sinistra, 50 su crinale, 6 destra, 80, attenzione 4 sinistra, tieni il centro su crinale, 70 su dossi, 6 destra, 60, 6 destra su crinale molto lunga, in 6 sinistra su salti e 6 destra molto lunga, 60, piatto destra, in piatto sinistra, 50, dossi in 5 destra, apre molto lunga e su crinali e tieni il centro su dossi, 80. 5 sinistra, tieni il centro su crinale, 60 su traguardo, 150 allo stop.
22 secondi di ritardo. Ventidue sono tanti, Vediamo la prossima, Ragazzi, tutta neve e ghiaccio. Non è facile, Non ho ancora assistenza. No.
Inizia 100, 6 destra 150, tieni il centro su salto in 4 sinistra, buona fortuna.
Un po' di più, ma non so.
5, 4, 3, 2, via! 100, 6 destra, 150, tieni il centro su salto, in 4 sinistra, stringe su crinale, apre, 6 molto lunga, stringe su dossi, 50, tieni la destra su crinale, in 3 destra lunga, apre su crinale, 40, 6 sinistra su crinale, 90, presto 5 sinistra, in 6 destra, apre 100, 6 destra, in 4 sinistra stretta lunga su avvallamento, 80, 6 sinistra su salti, 80 su crinale, 6 stretta, destra, in 6 sinistra rallenta 50, discesa 1 sinistra. Apre, 50 al centro su crinale, in 3 destra lunga, 70, 6 sinistra su crinale, stringe 3, apre su crinale, 50, 6 sinistra, 60, 6 destra su salto, 100, 5 sinistra su crinale, molto lunga, stringe, in 6 destra molto lunga, apre, 80. Attenzione, 6 destra su crinale, stringe 4, in 3 sinistra, in 5 destra molto lunga, stringe 3, in 3 sinistra, in 6 destra e 6 sinistra su grande crinale, 50. Attenzione, 6 sinistra su salto, 30, 2 destra, stringe. In 3 sinistra, in 4 destra lunga, apre su crinale, in 6 sinistra e 6 destra molto lunga, stringe 4, in 3 sinistra, in 6 destra lunga, in 4 sinistra, apre 50, 6 destra su crinale e tieni la sinistra su crinale 80, su dossi, attenzione 4 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra lunga, apre su crinale, tieni la sinistra su 80, su dossi, 6 sinistra e salto, 60, 6 destra, 6 sinistra, 50, 3 sinistra lunga, apre su crinale, 50, crinale e 5 destra su crinale, 30, 4 sinistra, 50, tieni il centro su crinale e 4 destra lunga, stringe 3, in 6 sinistra su crinale, in attenzione 4 destra, stringe, 50, 2 sinistra, 30, 6 destra lunga, 30, 5 sinistra su crinale, apre, stringe 4 su crinale, in 6 destra apre molto lunga, in 5 sinistra lunga, 60, 6 sinistra su possibile salto, in attenzione 6 destra lunga, apre al centro su salto, in 6 sinistra, in 6 destra lunga, 50, 6 sinistra, in 4 destra, in 6 sinistra lunga, in 4 destra su crinale, stringe molto lunga e piatto destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra su avvallamento con incrocio, in 5 destra, in 6 sinistra su possibile salto, 50, 3 destra lunga, stringe, 60 su crinale, attenzione 2 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, apre, 70 salita, 6 sinistra su crinale lunga, stringe 4, in 5 destra lunga, in 6 sinistra e 5 destra su crinale, in 4 sinistra lunga, stringe, 100, 5 destra stretta lunga, 150, su salti ed ossi, 6 destra su crinale, salto, in 6 sinistra stringe, in attenzione 4 destra su crinale, apre lunga, 70, 6 destra su grande crinale, attenzione stringe in 4 sinistra lunga, stringe su avvallamento, in 3 corta destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale, apre molto lunga, stringe 2, in 3 destra, in 6 sinistra, in 6 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra molto lunga, apre su crinale e salto, 70 su dossi, attenzione 3 destra chiude stretto, in 3 sinistra, apre 4 molto lunga, stringe su crinale 50, 4 sinistra su crinale e tieni la destra su 54 sinistra, in 6 destra molto lunga, stringe 4, 100 su crinale dopo l'incrocio, attenzione 4 destra stringe, 2 sinistra, apre, in 3 destra apre 6 su crinale, 50, 3 sinistra lunga, 50, 3 destra lunga, apre, in 6 sinistra, 60, tieni centro su salti, in 6 destra su crinale, in 3 sinistra lunga, 60, 3 destra, stringe su crinale, 70, 5 destra su crinale lungo, 30, 3 sinistra, apre, e 4 destra, stringe 3 su crinale, 40, 4 destra, in 6 sinistra, stringe 3, apre molto lunga, 40, 5 destra, 50, tieni la destra su crinale, 30, 3 destra su avvallamento, in 6 sinistra, e 4 stretta destra, in 6 sinistra dopo l'incrocio, stringe 4, molto lunga, stringe 3, in 4 destra stringe, apre, 100, crinale su traguardo, in 4 sinistra stringe 3, allo stop.
Bella però, bellissima questa prova. Cioè, non bella perché l'ho fatta bene, perché l'ho fatta malissimo, però bella la prova perché comunque è impegnativa, tortuosa, bella, forte. Allora, volevo fare prima una cosa che secondo me è importante, volevo condividere un attimo, come si fa? Come facciamo? Facciamo così, apriamo un attimo il canale, volevo condividerlo sul gruppo Rust Race che è su Facebook, il nostro gruppo ufficiale. Ho sete, ho l'acqua lontana. Terribile sta cosa. Così almeno gli amici che mi seguono anche sul gruppo Facebook almeno sanno che sono in diretta. Allora, facciamo veloci. Colla, ok. Ci siamo. Ok, ha fatto. Fissiamo nella sezione in evidenza. Ok, vai. Possiamo continuare il nostro rally. Allora, vediamo se c'è niente. Devo collegare un attimo questo. Sì, possiamo fare le riparazioni per fortuna. Non ci sono troppi danni, però qualcosina. Geometria, vedi? Questo è importante. Pneumatici nuovi, belli freschi. Io quasi quasi mi carico 2. Sono altri 20 kg in più, però perlomeno se dovessi fare un paio
Inizia
di
6 destra 50, 3 sinistra stringe, buona fortuna.
c'è troppo tempo prima di troppe prove speciali prima di
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 6 destra 50, 3 sinistra stringe. In 6 destra, apre, in 3 sinistra. In 4 destra, apre 50. crinale piatto 50, 4 sinistra stringe, in 3 destra molto lunga, apre su incrocio, in 3 sinistra su crinale, in 5 destra e 4 sinistra su avvallamento, apre su crinale, 40, 4 sinistra, 40, 5 destra, stringe 3, molto lunga, 40, 3 sinistra, apre molto lunga, stringe, in 3 destra lunga, in 6 sinistra apre su crinale, apre lunga, 30, 3 sinistra su crinale, 60, 3 destra molto lunga su crinale, 40, 6 sinistra su crinale, 30, tieni il centro su crinale salto, in 6 destra e 3 sinistra lunga, in 3 destra stringe, 50 su crinale, in 3 sinistra stringe, in 3 destra stringe 2, in 5 sinistra, 100 su dossi, 4 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, e 4 stretta a destra e tieni la sinistra su 30, 4 destra, tieni su crinale 30, 3 destra su crinale, apre molto lunga, stringe, 3 sinistra molto lunga, apre centrale su crinale, 50, 6 destra su salto, fosse 30, presto 5 sinistra su crinale e 6 destra, in attenzione 6 sinistra, stringe 3. In 3 strette destra 50, tieni la destra su crinale 40, 3 sinistra stringe, in 4 destra su avvallamento lunga, in 6 sinistra molto lunga su crinale 70, avvallamento, in attenzione 4 sinistra stringe su crinale, in 6 destra 30, 6 sinistra su crinale con salto, apre 80 su dossi, 4 sinistra molto lunga, in 3 destra stringe. 40, presto 6 sinistra apre su crinale lungo, 60, tieni la destra su crinale in 4 sinistra stringe, in 4 destra lunga, apre centrale su crinale, attenzione 30, 2 destra lunga stringe, apre 50, crinale, in 6 sinistra lunga stringe 2 lunga, 30, 6 destra, 30, 5 sinistra tieni su incrocio, in 6 destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale, 50, 4 strette sinistra molto lunga, in 6 destra lunga, 5 strette sinistra, in 6 destra, 60, 6 sinistra e tieni la destra su 30, 6 sinistra su salto molto lunga, stringe, in 6 destra su crinale 50, 4 destra su crinale, in 5 sinistra lunga, stringe su crinale, in 5 destra su crinale, apre dopo incrocio, stringe 6 su crinale, in 6 sinistra, in 3 destra lunga. 30, 4 sinistra su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, in attenzione 3 sinistra lunga su crinale, e avvallamento, apre 6 su crinale, 40, 4 destra apre su crinale, in 6 sinistra 30, crinale e 4 destra stringe, apre su crinale, 50, tieni la destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra 70, salto in 6 destra, 100 su dossi, 5 destra su avvallamento, in 5 sinistra su crinale, 70, tieni la destra su crinale, in attenzione 6 sinistra su crinale e 3 destra. In rallenta, 4 sinistra in 2 destra stringe, 50. Presto 4 sinistra su crinale lunga, in 6 destra. In 5 sinistra molto lunga stringe 4, in 3 strette destra. In 3 sinistra lunga stringe, apre 60. Presto 6 destra, stringe su crinale e salto 60. Presto 5 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra 40, 3 destra stringe e 3 sinistra, apre 6 lunga, stringe, in 3 destra stringe, in 6 sinistra molto lunga, apre su crinali 100, 6 sinistra stringe 4, in 5 destra molto lunga, apre 150. Tieni la sinistra su salto, in 6 destra, 60, attenzione tieni la destra su crinale, in 3 destra, 50. 4 sinistra, stringe, apre su crinale e rallenta, 30, non visto 1 destra, apre, 50.
No, era 1 destra. No.
Tieni la destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra, 70, crinale lungo, in 6 destra su crinale con salto e salto, in 4 lunga su avvallamento, in 6 sinistra 100, 6 sinistra molto lunga su crinale, in 6 destra 80, tieni la destra su crinale, in 3 sinistra stringe, apre 100 su crinale e 5 destra lunga stringe, 50, 6 destra su salto e tieni il centro su salto, 150, 6 sinistra, 80, sul traguardo, 50, 3 sinistra, allo stop.
Ah, che caldo. Che caldo, ragazzi. Impegnativa questa, eh. Che poi un pezzo era identico, mi sembra, forse gli ultimi sì, l'ultimo quarto, non mi ricordo, l'ultimo quarto del circuito, forse e mezzo, non mi ricordo, uguale a quello che avevo fatto prima. All'inizio però no, non mi sembrava uguale. Mamma mia ragazzi, tosta, tosta, devo sbottonarmi. Vediamo un attimo se c'è qualcuno anche tra gli amici di Discord. Ma sono da solo, sembra che... Facciamo così. Ok. Mamma mia. Tosta davvero, mi devo riprendere un attimo. Un minuto. Ok. Oh. 3-4 tiri alla sigaretta e via, si riparte. Non so dove ho messo la... Ah, è laggiù. No, ora non mi alzo, ormai andiamo un attimo avanti, poi semmai mi fermo dopo. Bella però, impegnativa, difficile, ma anche molto bella. Amra, Wormland, Svezia, sempre stesse zone.
Inizia 4 sinistra molto lunga su crinale, 30, 4 destra lunga stringe, buona fortuna. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 4 sinistra molto lunga su crinale, 30, 4 destra lunga stringe. In 6 sinistra, in 5 destra lunga, stringe 3, in 5 sinistra su cose, stringe 3, apre su finali, 30, attenzione, 3 destra stringe, in 5 sinistra, 70, dopo l'incrocio, resto 6 destra su crinale con salto, 30, piatto destra 60, 5 destra stringe, 6 sinistra, in 6 destra lunga, apre su crinale con salto, rallenta, 50, 3 destra stringe, 30 non vista, 1 sinistra, apre 3, in 5 destra, in 6 sinistra, 50, attenzione 4 stretta destra, tieni la sinistra su 30 piatto, 150 crinale, discesa e 5 stretta sinistra, 100, 6 sinistra e 6 destra lunga, apre su crinale, in 6 sinistra lunga, con l'incrocio 80 su ossi, 6 destra, stringe 5, 30, tieni il centro sul crinale con salto, 80, 6 sinistra lunga, stringe su salto, 200. 6 destra lunga su crinale, 60. Tieni la sinistra sul salto, 250 su ossi, discesa, 6 sinistra su ponte molto lunga, stringe 4, 6 destra, 130, 6 sinistra, 150, crinale piatto e salto 100, rallenta non vista 1 destra lunga, stringe, apre 80, dopo l'incrocio, 6 stretta destra lunga, apre, tieni la sinistra su crinali, 6 destra, 70, 6 sinistra. Tieni la destra su 60, su dosso piatto sinistra, piatto destra, 6 sinistra su salto, apre, tieni il centro sul salto, in 6 sinistra su dosso e tieni la destra su 60, 6 sinistra su salto, 100, piatto destra, in 6 sinistra lunga, 100, 6 sinistra, 80, attenzione rallenta crinale, 3 destra, in 4 sinistra lunga stringe, 50 su crinale, apre su avvallamento, tieni la destra su 100, 5 sinistra, attenzione 60, 4 destra, stringe 3, su crinale, 80, dossi, piatto sinistra, tieni la destra sul crinale con salto, 6 sinistra, stringe su crinale, 50, 3 destra, stringe su crinale e avvallamento 70, 5 sinistra lunga, stringe in 3 destra, in 5 sinistra molto lunga, stringe 4 destra, in attenzione 2 sinistra lunga, in corta 5 destra, apre 6, molto lunga, 50. E salto 80, 6 destra lunga, 100, tieni la destra su salto, in piatto sinistra 70, 6 destra su doppio crinale 80, 6 sinistra lunga su dossi, stringe 4 su crinale 60, 4 destra, stringe 3, tieni la sinistra su 80, 6 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra 50, 6 sinistra, 60, 6 sinistra su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, 100, salita, 5 destra su possibile salto, in 5 sinistra su salto crinale, apre molto molto lunga, in attenzione 5 destra su crinale, stringe, in 3 sinistra lunga stringe, e breve 4 destra e al centro su salto, 5 sinistra, in 6 destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale 50, 6 destra, in 6 sinistra lunga 60, tieni il centro su grande salto 120, 5 destra lunga, in 4 stretta sinistra stringe, destra, 60. Tieni il centro su crinale su 80. Attenzione, 4 sinistra su crinale, stringe 2. In 3 destra lunga, stringe. In 4 sinistra. 50 su crinale, 6 destra, 80. Attenzione, 4 sinistra, tieni il centro su crinale, 70 su dossi. 6 destra, 60. 6 destra su crinale molto lunga, in 6 sinistra su salti e 6 destra molto lunga, 60. E 6 destra molto lunga, 60. Piatto destra, il piatto sinistra, 50. Dossi in 5 destra, apre molto lunga e su crinali e tieni il centro su dossi, 80. 5 sinistra, tieni il centro su crinale, 60 su traguardo, 150 allo stop.
Poi comunque qua sul club sono più veloci che in modalità carriera e andiamo avanti. Facciamo, poi volevo fare qualche altra prova.
Inizia 6 destra, 50. 3 sinistra, stringe, buona fortuna.
Chiedo scusa per i colpi giusti.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 6 destra 50 e sinistra stringe. In 6 destra apre, in 3 sinistra. In 4 destra apre 50. Crinale piatto 50, 4 sinistra stringe. In 3 destra molto lunga, apre su incrocio. In 3 sinistra su crinale, in 5 destra e 4 sinistra su avvallamento, apre su crinale, 40, 4 sinistra, 40, 5 destra, stringe 3, molto lunga, 40, 3 sinistra, apre molto lunga, stringe, in 3 destra lunga, in 6 sinistra apre su crinale, apre lunga, 30, 3 sinistra su crinale, 60, 3 destra molto lunga su crinale, 40, 6 sinistra su crinale, 30, tieni il centro su crinale salto, in 6 destra e 3 sinistra lunga.
Preso dalla partenza.
In 3 destra stringe, 50 su crinale, in 3 sinistra stringe, in 3 destra stringe 2, in 5 sinistra, 100 su dossi, 4 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, e 4 stretta a destra e tieni la sinistra su 30, 4 destra, tieni su crinale 30, 3 destra su crinale, apre molto lunga, stringe, in 3 sinistra molto lunga, apre centrale su crinale, 50, 6 destra su salto, forse 30, resto 5 sinistra su crinale e 6 destra, in attenzione 6 sinistra stringe 3, in 3 strette destra 50, tieni la destra su crinale 40, 3 sinistra stringe, in 4 destra su avvallamento lunga, in 6 sinistra molto lunga su crinale 70, avvallamento, in attenzione 4 sinistra stringe su crinale, in 6 destra 30, 6 sinistra su crinale con salto, apre 80 su dossi, 4 sinistra molto lunga, in destra stringe, 40, presto 6 sinistra apre su crinale lungo, 60. Tieni la destra sul crinale in 4 sinistra, stringe. In 4 destra lunga, apre centrale sul crinale. Attenzione 30, 2 destra lunga, stringe. Apre 50, crinale. In 6 sinistra lunga, stringe 2, lunga. 30, 6 destra, 30, sul traguardo, 5 sinistra, allo stop.
Beh, non benissimo, però non neanche male questa, dai. Questa a 20 secondi di ritardo non sono tantissimi. Un po' di errori li ho fatti e li ho persi di centesimo, 103esimo. E siamo tantissimi, non è che... Allora, io direi di fare un attimo una pausa da neve e ghiaccio. Tanto questo lo posso riprendere anche in un secondo momento. Aia. Sono i campionati quelli ufficiali di Club RaceNet della Codemaster. E quindi, tornando a noi, andiamo a vedere gli eventi, vediamo se c'è qualcosa. Volevo vedere qualcosa online, ma dopo è troppo impegnativo perché magari sono troppe tappe. E qua no, di nuovo lì c'è Monte Carlo, sfida giornaliera, una tappa Subaru Impresa. Adesso potrei farlo, sì, sì, una tappa. Questa invece H1 no, perché insomma, trazione anteriore non c'ho voglia di guidarle. Questo gruppi A, giornaliero una tappa, questo lo facciamo subito, il giornaliero Delta, e prendiamo la Delta. La distruggerò sicuramente perché è nervosa e mi piace comunque tenere il piede schiacciato fino in fondo. Il gas schiacciato fino in fondo, non il piede. Premere col piede il gas. L'acceleratore, chiamatelo come vi pare. 100.000 di danni. Però, mica male. Fosse stata vera... piangerei per mesi, probabilmente, per anni anche. Eh sì, 100.000 sono tanti. 100.000, questi sono 100.000 punti. Allora, abbiamo Ribadel Spagna, quindi pneumatici, no, morbide, morbide, morbide. E no, non gli faccio nulla se non sto a perdere tempo a fargli il setup, facciamo quello standard.
Inizia 100, 5 destra 30, 2 sinistra, stringe. Buona fortuna.
Forse sarà sottosterzante un pochino, però pazienza. Mettiamo il cruscotto, vai.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 100, 5 destra, 30, 2 sinistra, stringe. In 3 destra lunga, apre, 50. Non tagliare, 6 destra, apre su crinale, impiatto sinistra, 100. Prime 4 sinistra, 4 destra, molto lunga, non tagliare, apre in 5
No,
sinistra, apre.
Errore enorme.
Ottanta. 4 sinistra, molto lunga, in 6 destra, tieni il centro su 30. 6 destra, stringe 4, apre, stringe 5 destra. In 5 sinistra lunga, in 6 destra su crinale, in 5 sinistra molto lunga. 30. 5 destra lunga, stringe 3, in 4 sinistra lunga. 30. 6 destra molto lunga, stringe in 4 sinistra lunga, stringe 3 stretta. In non tagliare 4 destra, apre 30. 6 sinistra, 150. Prime 5 sinistra 100, in 3 destra stringe, in taglia 4 sinistra, in 5 sinistra taglia poco su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, attenzione 30, 5 destra lunga, stringe stretta 3, 50, rallenta 5 sinistra su crinale lunga in 3 destra, in 4 sinistra taglia poco, in tensione 6 destra, 2 sinistra lunga, apre 6, in 3 destra molto lunga, stringe 100, 4 destra stringe, in 2 sinistra lunga, stringe 1, 30, 6 sinistra, in 4 destra, apre lunga, stringe dopo incrocio, 5 sinistra, apre molto lunga, in 4 destra lunga, 50, 6 sinistra lunga, apre 100, 5 destra molto lunga, stringe verso finale, e 6 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, taglia, apre 50.
Ero sul filo del rasoio, veramente. No, ora sto perdendo un sacco di tempo.
Sei destra 100, 6 destra su crinale, rallenta, tieni la sinistra su crinale 60, attenzione 2 destra stringe, apre 6, in taglia poco 3 sinistra lunga, stringe 1, taglia poco 70, 4 destra lunga 30, 2 destra, in 2 sinistra lunga, stringe, non tagliare, apre 100, 5 destra lunga, stringe su crinale, in 4 sinistra lunga, in rallenta, taglia poco, 5 destra, 3 sinistra, 2 destra, stringe, taglia poco, in 6 sinistra, apre 50, 6 sinistra, tieni la destra su 30, 1 sinistra, stringe, in 2 destra, taglia poco, in 3 sinistra lunga, in 2 destra, stringe,
Errori. Cavolo.
in 6 sinistra lunga, 300,
Sempre di cultura.
tornate, non visto, sinistra, 50, 2 destra lunga, stringe, in 2 sinistra, apre 50, 4 sinistra, 30, 3 destra, 50, tieni la destra, in 2 sinistra lunga, stringe tardi, 30, 5 destra, 60, 4 destra lunga, stringe su avvallamento 3 su crinale, in 5 sinistra su crinale, in 4 destra molto lunga, 30,
Era stanchezza che si sentire.
4 sinistra lunga, in taglia 4 destra, in 3 sinistra lunga, apre su crinale 70, 5 destra lunga, stringe 3 lunga, in 2 sinistra 30, 5 destra, in 5 sinistra su crinale lunga, stringe in taglia 4 destra, 4 sinistra lunga su crinale, in taglia 5 destra, 4 sinistra, 5 destra taglia, in 5 sinistra, in 4 destra, in 6 sinistra, 6 destra, in 5 sinistra lunga, in taglia 6 destra, in 5 sinistra su crinale, 30, 6 destra molto lunga su crinale, 50, stretto 4 sinistra stringe, 30, allenta 6 sinistra su crinale, in taglia poco 3 destra, 4 sinistra, taglia 4 destra e 3 sinistra lunga, 30, taglia 4 destra su avvallamento, apre su crinale. 6 sinistra e taglia poco 4 destra, 3 sinistra lunga, apre, 6 sinistra, in 5 destra, apre, in 3 sinistra stringe, in 3 destra stringe, in 4 sinistra, in 4 destra lunga, apre su crinale, in improvviso 4 sinistra, in 5 destra, in attenzione 2 sinistra lunga, 30, 2 destra lunga, 30. Due sinistra lunga stringe, 30, 4 destra molto lunga, stringe, 3 lunga, stringe, 5 sinistra lunga, stringe, in 3 destra stringe, in 5, 3, 2, 1, via, 80, 6 destra lunga, 100, tieni la destra su salto, impiatto sinistra 70, 6 destra su doppio crinale 80, 6 sinistra lunga su dossi, stringe 4 su crinale 60, 4 destra, stringe 3, tieni la sinistra su 80, 6 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra 50, 6 sinistra 60, 6 sinistra su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, 100, salita, 5 destra su possibile salto, in 5 sinistra su salto crinale, apre molto molto lunga, in attenzione 5 destra su crinale, stringe, in 3 sinistra lunga stringe, e breve 4 destra, e a centro su salto, 5 sinistra, in 6 destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale 50, 6 destra, in 6 sinistra lunga 60, tieni in centro sul grande salto 120, 5 destra lunga, in 4 stretta sinistra stringe, 50, 6 destra, 60, tieni il centro su crinale su 80, attenzione 4 sinistra su crinale, stringe 2, in 3 destra lunga stringe, in 4 sinistra, 50 su crinale, 6 destra, 80, attenzione 4 sinistra, tieni il centro su crinale, 70 su dossi, 6 destra, 60, 6 destra su crinale molto lunga, in 6 sinistra su salti e 6 destra molto lunga, 60. Piatto destra, il piatto sinistra, 50. Dossi in 5 destra, apre molto lunga e su crinali e tieni il centro su dossi, 80. 5 sinistra, tieni il centro su crinale, 60 su traguardo, 150. Allo stop.
22 secondi di ritardo. Ventidue sono tanti, tanti. Vediamo la prossima, Ragazzi, tutta neve e ghiaccio. Non è facile, Non ho ancora assistenza. No.
Inizia 100, 6 destra 150, tieni il centro su salto in 4 sinistra, buona fortuna.
Un po' di più, ma non so.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Via! 100. 6 destra, 150. Tieni il centro su salto, in 4 sinistra, stringe su crinale, apre. 6 molto lunga, stringe su dossi, 50. Tieni la destra su crinale, in 3 destra lunga, apre su crinale, 40. 6 sinistra su crinale, 90. Resto 5 sinistra, in 6 destra, apre 100. 6 destra, in 4 sinistra stretta lunga su avvallamento, 80. 6 sinistra su salti, 80 su crinale, 6 stretta, destra, in 6 sinistra rallenta 50, discesa 1 sinistra. Apre, 50 al centro su crinale, in 3 destra lunga, 70. 6 sinistra su crinale, stringe 3. Apre su crinale, 50. 6 sinistra, 60. 6 destra su salto, 100. 5 sinistra su crinale, molto lunga, stringe. In 6 destra, molto lunga, apre, 80. Attenzione, 6 destra su crinale, stringe 4. In 3 sinistra, in 5 destra, molto lunga, stringe 3. In 3 sinistra, in 6 destra e 6 sinistra su grande crinale, 50. Attenzione, 6 sinistra su salto, 30, 2 destra, stringe.
No.
In 3 sinistra, in 4 destra lunga, apre su crinale, in 6 sinistra e 6 destra molto lunga, stringe 4, in 3 sinistra, in 6 destra lunga, in 4 sinistra, apre 50. 6 destra su crinale e tieni la sinistra su crinale 80 su dossi. Attenzione, 4 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra lunga, apre su crinale, tieni la sinistra su 80 su dossi, 6 sinistra e salto, 60, 6 destra, 6 sinistra, 50, 3 sinistra lunga, apre su crinale, 50, crinale e 5 destra su crinale, 30, 4 sinistra, 50, tieni il centro su crinale e 4 destra lunga, stringe 3, in 6 sinistra su crinale, in attenzione 4 destra, stringe 50, 2 sinistra, 30, 6 destra lunga, 30, 5 sinistra su crinale, apre e stringe 4 su crinale, in 6 destra apre molto lunga, in 5 sinistra lunga, 60, 6 sinistra su possibile salto, in attenzione 6 destra lunga, apre al centro su salto, in 6 sinistra, in 6 destra lunga, 50, 6 sinistra, in 4 destra, in 6 sinistra lunga, in 4 destra su crinale, stringe molto lunga e piatto destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra su avvallamento con incrocio, in 5 destra, in 6 sinistra su possibile salto, 50, 3 destra lunga, stringe, 60 su crinale, attenzione 2 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, apre, 70 salita, 6 sinistra su crinale lunga, stringe 4, in 5 destra lunga, in 6 sinistra, in 5 destra su crinale, in 4 sinistra lunga, stringe, 100, 5 destra stretta lunga, 150, su salti e dossi, 6 destra su crinale, salto, in 6 sinistra stringe, in attenzione 4 destra su crinale, apre lunga, 70, 6 destra su grande crinale, attenzione stringe in 4 sinistra lunga, stringe su avvallamento, in 3 corta destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale, apre molto lunga, stringe 2, in 3 destra, in 6 sinistra, in 6 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra molto lunga, apre su crinale e salto, 70 su dossi, attenzione 3 destra chiude stretto, in 3 sinistra, apre 4 molto lunga, stringe su crinale 50, 4 sinistra su crinale e tieni la destra su 54 sinistra, in 6 destra molto lunga, stringe 4, 100 su crinale dopo l'incrocio, attenzione 4 destra stringe, 2 sinistra, apre, in 3 destra apre 6 su crinale, 50, 3 sinistra lunga, 50, 3 destra lunga, apre, in 6 sinistra, 60, tieni il centro su salti, in 6 destra su crinale, in 3 sinistra lunga, 60, 3 destra, stringe su crinale, 70, 5 destra su crinale lungo, 30, 3 sinistra apre e 4 destra stringe 3 su crinale, 40, 4 destra, in 6 sinistra stringe 3, apre molto lunga, 40, 5 destra, 50, tieni la destra su crinale, 30, 3 destra su avvallamento, in 6 sinistra e 4 stretta destra, in 6 sinistra dopo l'incrocio, stringe 4, molto lunga, stringe 3, in 4 destra stringe, apre, 100, crinale su traguardo, in 4 sinistra stringe 3, allo stop.
Bella però, bellissima questa prova. Cioè, non bella perché l'ho fatta bene, perché l'ho fatta malissimo, però bella la prova perché comunque era impegnativa, tortuosa, bella, forte. Allora, devo fare prima una cosa che secondo me è importante, volevo condividere un attimo, come si fa? Come facciamo? Facciamo così, apriamo un attimo il canale, volevo condividerlo sul gruppo Raster Race che è su Facebook, il nostro gruppo ufficiale. Ho sete, ho l'acqua lontana. Terribile sta cosa. Così almeno gli amici che mi seguono anche sul gruppo Facebook almeno sanno che sono in diretta. Allora, facciamo veloce. Incolla, ok. Ci siamo. Ok, ha fatto. Fissiamo nella sezione in evidenza. Ok, vai. Possiamo continuare il nostro rally. Allora, vediamo se c'è. Niente? Devo collegare un attimo questo. Sì, possiamo fare le riparazioni per fortuna. Non ci sono troppi danni, però qualcosina. Geometria, vedi? Questo è importante. Pneumatici nuovi, belli freschi. Io quasi mi carico 2. Sono altri 20 kg in più, però perlomeno se dovessi fare un paio
Inizia
di
6 destra 50, 3 sinistra stringe, buona fortuna.
C'è troppo tempo prima di troppe prove speciali prima di
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 6 destra 50, 3 sinistra stringe. In 6 destra apre, in 3 sinistra, In 4 destra, apre 50. Crinale piatto 50, 4 sinistra, stringe. In 3 destra molto lunga, apre su incrocio. In 3 sinistra su crinale, in 5 destra e 4 sinistra su avvallamento, apre su crinale, 40, 4 sinistra, 40, 5 destra, stringe 3, molto lunga, 40, 3 sinistra, apre molto lunga, stringe, in 3 destra lunga, in 6 sinistra apre su crinale, apre lunga, 30, 3 sinistra su crinale, 60, 3 destra molto lunga su crinale, 40, 6 sinistra su crinale, 30, tieni il centro su crinale salto, in 6 destra e 3 sinistra lunga, in 3 destra stringe, 50 su crinale, in 3 sinistra stringe, in 3 destra stringe 2, in 5 sinistra, 100 su dossi, 4 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, e 4 stretta a destra e tieni il sinistra su 30, 4 destra, tieni crinale 30, 3 destra su crinale, apre molto lunga, stringe, 3 sinistra molto lunga, apre centrale su crinale, 50, 6 destra su salto, forse 30, resto 5 sinistra su crinale e 6 destra, in attenzione 6 sinistra, stringe 3. In 3 strette destra 50, tieni la destra su crinale 40, 3 sinistra stringe, in 4 destra su avvallamento lunga, in 6 sinistra molto lunga su crinale 70, avvallamento, in attenzione 4 sinistra stringe su crinale, in 6 destra 30, 6 sinistra su crinale con salto, apre 80 su dossi, 4 sinistra molto lunga, in 3 destra stringe. 40, presto 6 sinistra apre su crinale lungo, 60, tieni la destra su crinale in 4 sinistra stringe, in 4 destra lunga, apre centrale su crinale, attenzione 30, 2 destra lunga stringe, apre 50, crinale, in 6 sinistra lunga stringe 2 lunga, 30, 6 destra, 30, 5 sinistra tieni su incrocio, in 6 destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale, 50, 4 strette sinistra molto lunga, in 6 destra lunga, 5 strette sinistra, in 6 destra, 60, 6 sinistra e tieni la destra su 30, 6 sinistra su salto molto lunga, stringe, in 6 destra su crinale, 50, 4 destra su crinale, in 5 sinistra lunga, stringe su crinale, in 5 destra su crinale, apre dopo l'incrocio, stringe 6 su crinale, in 6 sinistra, in 3 destra lunga. 30, 4 sinistra su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, in attenzione 3 sinistra lunga su crinale e avvallamento, apre 6 su crinale, 40, 4 destra apre su crinale, in 6 sinistra 30, crinale e 4 destra stringe, apre su crinale, 50, tieni la destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra, 70, salto in 6 destra, 100 su dossi, 5 destra su avvallamento, in 5 sinistra su crinale, 70, tieni la destra su crinale, in attenzione 6 sinistra su crinale e 3 destra. In rallenta, 4 sinistra in 2 destra stringe, 50, resto 4 sinistra su crinale lunga, in 6 destra, in 5 sinistra molto lunga stringe 4, in 3 strette destra, in 3 sinistra lunga, stringe, apre, 60, presto 6 destra, stringe su crinale e salto, 60. Presto 5 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra, 40, 3 destra, stringe, e 3 sinistra, apre 6 lunga, stringe, in 3 destra, stringe, in 6 sinistra molto lunga, apre su finali, 100, 6 sinistra, stringe 4, in 5 destra, molto lunga, apre 150. Tieni la sinistra su salto, in 6 destra, 60, attenzione tieni la destra su crinale, in 3 destra, 50. 4 sinistra, stringe, apre su crinale, rallenta, 30, non visto, 1 destra, apre, 50.
No, era 1 destra. No.
Tieni la destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra, 70, crinale lungo, in 6 destra su crinale con saldo e salto, in 4 lunga su avvallamento, in 6 sinistra 100, 6 sinistra molto lunga su crinale, in 6 destra 80, tieni la destra su crinale, in 3 sinistra stringe, apre 100 su crinale e 5 destra lunga, stringe, 50, 6 destra su salto e tieni il centro su salto, 150, 6 sinistra, 80, sul traguardo, 50, 3 sinistra, allo stop.
Ah, che caldo. Che caldo, ragazzi. Impegnativa questa, eh? Che poi un pezzo era identico, mi sembra, forse gli ultimi due qua, sì, l'ultimo quarto, non mi ricordo, l'ultimo quarto del circuito, forse mezzo, non mi ricordo, uguale a quello che avevo fatto prima. All'inizio però no, non mi sembrava uguale. Mamma mia, ragazzi. Tosta, tosta. Devo sbottonarmi. Vediamo un attimo se c'è qualcuno anche tra gli amici di Discord. Ma sono da solo, sembra che... Facciamo così. Ok. Mamma mia. Tosta davvero, mi devo riprendere un attimo. Un minuto. Ok. Oh, 3-4 tiri alla sigaretta e via, si parte. Non so dove ho messo la... Ah, è laggiù. No, ora non mi alzo, ormai andiamo un attimo avanti, poi semmai mi fermo dopo. Bella però, impegnativa, difficile, ma anche molto bella. Ah, ma Wormland, Svezia, sempre stesse zone.
Inizia 4 sinistra molto lunga su crinale, 30, 4 destra lunga stringe, buona fortuna. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 4 sinistra molto lunga su crinale, 30, 4 destra lunga stringe. In 6 sinistra, in 5 destra lunga, stringe 3. In 5 sinistra su dosso, stringe 3, apre su crinali, 30. Attenzione, 3 destra stringe, in 5 sinistra, 70. dopo l'incrocio, resto 6 destra su crinale con salto, 30, piatto destra 60, 5 destra stringe, 6 sinistra, in 6 destra lunga, apre su crinale con salto, rallenta, 50, 3 destra stringe, 30 non vista, 1 sinistra, apre, 3, in 5 destra, in 6 sinistra, 50, attenzione 4 stretta destra, tieni la sinistra su 30 piatto, 150 crinale, discesa e 5 stretta sinistra, 100, 6 sinistra e 6 destra lunga, apre su crinale, in 6 sinistra lunga, dopo l'incrocio 80 su dossi, 6 destra, stringe 5, 30, tieni il centro sul crinale con salto, 80, 6 sinistra lunga, stringi su salto, 200. 6 destra lunga su crinale, 60. Tieni la sinistra sul salto, 250 su dossi, discesa. 6 sinistra su ponte molto lunga, stringe 4. 6 destra, 130. 6 sinistra, 150, crinale piatto e salto 100, rallenta non vista 1 destra lunga, stringe. Apre 80, dopo l'incrocio. 6 stretta destra lunga, apre, tieni la sinistra su crinali, 6 destra, 70, 6 sinistra. Tieni il destra su 60, su dosso piatto sinistra, piatto destra, 6 sinistra sul salto, apre, tieni il centro sul salto, in 6 sinistra su dosso e tieni la destra su 60, 6 sinistra sul salto, 100, piatto destra, in 6 sinistra lunga, 100, 6 sinistra, 80, attenzione rallenta crinale, 3 destra. In quadro sinistra lunga stringe 50 su crinale, apre su avvallamento, tieni la destra su 100, 5 sinistra, attenzione 60, 4 destra, stringe 3, su crinale, 80, dosi, piatto sinistra, tieni la destra sul crinale con salto, 6 sinistra, stringe su crinale, 50, 3 destra, stringe su crinale e avvallamento, 70. 5 sinistra lunga, stringe in 3 destra. In 5 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, 4 destra, in attenzione 2 sinistra lunga. In corta 5 destra, apre 6, molto lunga, 50. E salto 80, 6 destra lunga, 100, tieni la destra su salto, in piatto sinistra 70, 6 destra su doppio crinale 80, 6 sinistra lunga su dossi, stringe 4 su crinale 60, 4 destra, stringe 3, tieni il sinistra su 80, 6 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra, 50, 6 sinistra, 60, 6 sinistra su crinale e 6 destra lunga, 100, salita, 5 destra su possibile salto, in 5 sinistra su salto crinale, apre molto molto lunga, in attenzione 5 destra su crinale, stringe, in 3 sinistra lunga stringe e breve 4 destra e al centro su salto. 5 sinistra, in 6 destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale, 50, 6 destra, in 6 sinistra lunga, 60, tieni il centro su grande salto, 120, 5 destra lunga, in 4 stretta sinistra stringe, destra, 60. Tieni centro su crinale su 80. Attenzione, 4 sinistra su crinale, stringe 2. In 3 destra lunga, stringe. In 4 sinistra. 50 su crinale, 6 destra, 80. Attenzione, 4 sinistra, tieni il centro su crinale, 70 su ossi. 6 destra, 60. 6 destra su crinale molto lunga, in 6 sinistra salti e 6 destra molto lunga, 60 e 6 destra molto lunga, 60. Piatto destra, il piatto sinistra, 50. Dossi in 5 destra, apre molto lunga e su crinali e tieni il centro su dossi, 80. 5 sinistra, tieni centro su crinale, 60 su traguardo, 150 allo stop.
Poi comunque qua sul club sono più veloci che modalità carriera e andiamo avanti. Facciamo, poi volevo fare qualche altra prova.
Inizia 6 destra 50, 6 sinistra stringe, buona fortuna.
Chiedo scusa per i colpitus.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 6 destra 50, 3 sinistra stringe. In 6 destra, apre, in 3 sinistra. In 4 destra, apre 50. Crinale piano 50, 4 sinistra stringe. In 3 destra molto lunga, apre su incrocio. In 3 sinistra su crinale, in 5 destra e 4 sinistra su abbaramento, apre su crinale, 40, 4 sinistra, 40. 5 destra, stringe 3, molto lunga, 40. 3 sinistra, apre molto lunga, stringe, in 3 destra lunga. In 6 sinistra apre su crinale, apre lunga, 30. 3 sinistra su crinale, 60. 3 destra molto lunga su crinale, 40. 6 sinistra su crinale, 30. Tieni il centro su crinale salto, in 6 destra e 3 sinistra lunga.
Preso dalla partenza.
In 3 destra stringe, 50 su crinale, in 3 sinistra stringe, in 3 destra stringe 2, in 5 sinistra, 100 su dossi, 4 sinistra molto lunga, stringe. E 4 stretta a destra e tieni la sinistra su 30, 4 destra, tieni su crinale 30, 3 destra su crinale, apre molto lunga, stringe, 3 sinistra molto lunga, apre centrale su crinale, 50, 6 destra su salto, forse 30, resto 5 sinistra su crinale e 6 destra, in attenzione 6 sinistra, stringe 3. In 3 strette destra, 50, tieni la destra su crinale, 40, 3 sinistra stringe, in 4 destra su abballamento, lunga, 6 sinistra molto lunga su crinale, 70, abballamento, in attenzione 4 sinistra stringe su crinale, in 6 destra, 30, 6 sinistra su crinale con salto, apre, 80 su dossi, 4 sinistra molto lunga, in 3 destra stringe, 40, Presto 6 sinistra, apre sul crinale lungo. 60, tieni la destra sul crinale, in 4 sinistra stringe. In 4 destra lunga, apre centrale sul crinale. Attenzione 30, 2 destra lunga stringe. Apre 50, crinale. In 6 sinistra lunga stringe 2 lunga. 30, 6 destra, 30, sul traguardo, 5 sinistra allo stop.
Beh, non benissimo, però non neanche male questa, dai. Questa 20 secondi di ritardo non sono tantissimi. Un po' di errori li ho fatti e li ho presi di centesimo, 103esimo. Siamo tantissimi, non è che... Allora, io direi di fare un attimo una pausa da neve e ghiaccio. Tanto questo lo posso riprendere anche in un secondo momento. Aia! Sono i campionati quelli ufficiali di IRT. Club RaceNet della Codemaster. E quindi, tornando a noi, andiamo a vedere gli eventi, vediamo se c'è qualcosa. Volevo vedere qualcosa online, ma dopo è troppo impegnativo perché magari sono troppe tappe. E qua no, di nuovo lì c'è Monte Carlo, sfida giornaliera, una tappa Subaru Impresa. Adesso potrei farlo, sì, è una tappa. Questa invece H1 no, perché insomma, trazione anteriore non c'ho voglia di guidarle. Questo gruppi A, giornaliero una tappa, questo lo facciamo subito, il giornaliero Delta, e prendiamo la Delta. La distruggerò sicuramente perché è nervosa e mi piace comunque tenere il piede schiacciato fino in fondo. Il gas schiacciato fino in fondo, non il piede. Premere col piede il gas. L'acceleratore, chiamatelo come vi pare. 100.000 di danni. Però, mica male. Fosse stata vera, piangerei per mesi, probabilmente. Per anni anche. Sì, 100.000 sono tanti. 100.000, questi sono 100.000 punti. Allora, abbiamo Ribadelle Spagna, quindi pneumatici, no, morbide. E no, non gli faccio nulla se non sto per il tempo a fargli l'assetto. Il setup, lasciamo quello standard.
Inizia 100, 5 destra 30, 2 sinistra stringe. Buona fortuna.
Forse sarà sottosterzante un pochino, però pazienza. Andiamo più scorto. Vai.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 105 destra, 30, 2 sinistra stringe. In 3 destra lunga, apre 50. Non tagliare, 6 destra, apre su crinale, impiatto sinistra, 100. Prima 4 sinistra, 4 destra, molto lunga, non tagliare, apre in 5
No,
sinistra,
dai,
apre.
Errore enorme.
Ottanta. 4 sinistra, molto lunga, in 6 destra, tieni il centro su 30. 6 destra, stringe 4, apre, stringe 5 destra. In 5 sinistra lunga, in 6 destra su crinale, in 5 sinistra molto lunga. 30. 5 destra lunga, stringe 3, in 4 sinistra lunga. 30, 6 destra molto lunga, stringe in 4 sinistra lunga, stringe 3 stretta. In non tagliare 4 destra, apre 30. 6 sinistra, 150. Prime 5 sinistra 100, in 3 destra stringe, in taglia 4 sinistra, in 5 sinistra taglia poco su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, attenzione 30, 5 destra lunga, stringe stretta 3, 50, rallenta 5 sinistra su crinale lunga in 3 destra, in 4 sinistra taglia poco, in attenzione 6 destra, 2 sinistra lunga, apre 6, in 3 destra molto lunga, stringe 100, 4 destra stringe, in 2 sinistra lunga, stringe 1, 30, 6 sinistra, in 4 destra, apre lunga, stringe dopo incrocio, 5 sinistra, apre molto lunga, in 4 destra lunga, 50, 6 sinistra lunga, apre 100, 5 destra molto lunga, stringe verso crinale, e 6 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, taglia, apre 50.
Ero sul filo del rasoio, veramente. No, ora sto perdendo un sacco di tempo.
Sei destra 100, 6 destra su crinale, rallenta, tieni la sinistra su crinale 60, attenzione 2 destra stringe, apre 6, in taglia poco 3 sinistra lunga, stringe 1, taglia poco 70, 4 destra lunga 30, 2 destra, in 2 sinistra lunga stringe, non tagliare, apre 100, 5 destra lunga, stringe su crinale, in 4 sinistra lunga, in rallenta, taglia poco, 5 destra, 3 sinistra, 2 destra stringe, taglia poco, in 6 sinistra apre, 50, 6 sinistra, tieni la destra su 30, 1 sinistra stringe, in 2 destra taglia poco, in 3 sinistra lunga, in 2 destra stringe,
Che errori. Cavolo.
in 6 sinistra lunga, 300,
Sempre di colpo.
tornante, non visto, sinistra, 50, 2 destra lunga, stringe, in 2 sinistra, apre, 50, 4 sinistra, 30, 3 destra, 50, tieni la destra in 2 sinistra lunga, stringe tardi, 30, 5 destra, 60, 4 destra lunga, stringe su avvallamento 3 su crinale, in 5 sinistra su crinale, in 4 destra molto lunga, 30,
È la stanchezza che si sentire.
4 sinistra lunga, in taglia 4 destra, in 3 sinistra lunga, apre su crinale, 70, 5 destra lunga, stringe 3 lunga, in 2 sinistra, 30, 5 destra, in 5 sinistra su crinale lunga, stringe in taglia 4 destra, 4 sinistra lunga su crinale, in taglia 5 destra, 4 sinistra, 5 destra taglia, in 5 sinistra, in 4 destra, in 6 sinistra, 6 destra, in 5 sinistra lunga, in taglia 6 destra, in 5 sinistra su crinale, 30, 6 destra molto lunga su crinale, 50, stretto 4 sinistra stringe, 30, rallenta 6 sinistra su crinale, in taglia poco 3 destra, 4 sinistra, taglia 4 destra e 3 sinistra lunga, 30, taglia 4 destra su avvallamento, apre su crinale, in 6 sinistra e taglia poco 4 destra, 3 sinistra lunga, apre, 6 sinistra, in 5 destra, apre, in 3 sinistra stringe, in 3 destra stringe, in 4 sinistra, in 4 destra lunga, apre su crinale, in improvviso 4 sinistra, in 5 destra, in attenzione 2 sinistra lunga, 30, 2 destra lunga, 30. 2 sinistra lunga, stringe, 30. 4 destra molto lunga, stringe, 3 lunga, stringe, 5 sinistra lunga, stringe. In 3 destra stringe, in 5, 3, 2, 1, via. 80, 6 destra lunga, 100, tieni la destra su salto. Piatto sinistra 70, 6 destra su doppio crinale 80, 6 sinistra lunga su Gossi, stringe 4 su crinale 60, 4 destra, stringe 3, tieni a sinistra su 80, 6 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra 50, 6 sinistra 60, 6 sinistra su crinale, in 6 destra lunga, 100, salita, 5 destra su possibile salto, in 5 sinistra su salto crinale, apre molto molto lunga, in attenzione 5 destra su crinale, stringe, in 3 sinistra lunga stringe, e breve 4 destra, e al centro su salto. 5 sinistra, in 6 destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale 50, 6 destra, in 6 sinistra lunga 60, tieni il centro sul grande salto 120, 5 destra lunga, in 4 stretta sinistra stringe, 50, 6 destra, 60, tieni il centro sul crinale su 80, attenzione 4 sinistra sul crinale, stringe 2, in 3 destra lunga stringe, in 4 sinistra, 50 sul crinale, 6 destra, 80, attenzione 4 sinistra, tieni il centro sul crinale, 70 su Dossi, 6 destra, 60, 6 destra su crinale molto lunga, in 6 sinistra su salti, e 6 destra molto lunga, 60. Piatto destra, in piatto sinistra, 50. Dossi in 5 destra, apre molto lunga e su crinali, e tieni il centro su Dossi, 80. 5 sinistra, tieni il centro su crinale, 60 su traguardo, 150 allo stop.
22 secondi di ritardo. Ventidue sono tanti, Vediamo la prossima, Ragazzi, tutta neve e ghiaccio. È facile, Non ho ancora assistenza. No.
Inizia 100, 6 destra 150, tieni il centro su salto in 4 sinistra, buona fortuna.
Un po' di più, ma non so.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, via. 100, 6 destra 150, tieni il centro su salto, in 4 sinistra stringe su crinale, apre, 6 molto lunga, stringe su Dossi, 50, tieni la destra su crinale, in 3 destra lunga, apre su crinale, 40, 6 sinistra su crinale, 90, presto 5 sinistra, in 6 destra, apre 100, 6 destra, in 4 sinistra stretta lunga su appellamento, 80, 6 sinistra su salti, 80 su crinale, 6 stretta destra, in 6 sinistra, rallenta 50, discesa 1 sinistra. Apre 50 al centro sul crinale, in 3 destra lunga, 70. 6 sinistra sul crinale, stringe 3, apre sul crinale, 50. 6 sinistra, 60, 6 destra su salto, 100. 5 sinistra su crinale molto lunga, stringe, in 6 destra molto lunga, apre, 80. Attenzione, 6 destra su crinale, stringe 4. In 3 sinistra, in 5 destra molto lunga, stringe 3. In 3 sinistra, in 6 destra e 6 sinistra su grande crinale, 50. Attenzione, 6 sinistra su salto, 30. 2 destra, stringe. In 3 sinistra. In 4 destra lunga, apre su crinale, in 6 sinistra. E 6 destra molto lunga, stringe 4, in 3 sinistra, in 6 destra lunga, in 4 sinistra, apre 50. 6 destra su crinale e tieni la sinistra su crinale 80, sudossi, attenzione 4 destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra lunga, apre su crinale, tieni la sinistra su 80, sudossi, 6 sinistra e salto, 60, 6 destra, 6 sinistra, 50, 3 sinistra lunga, apre su crinale, 50, crinale e 5 destra su crinale, 30, 4 sinistra, 50, tieni il centro su crinale e 4 destra lunga, stringe 3, in 6 sinistra su crinale, in attenzione 4 destra, stringe 50. 2 sinistra, 30, 6 destra lunga, 30, 5 sinistra su crinale, apre e stringe 4 su crinale, in 6 destra apre molto lunga, in 5 sinistra lunga, 60, 6 sinistra su possibile salto, in attenzione 6 destra lunga, apre al centro su salto, in 6 sinistra, in 6 destra lunga, 50, 6 sinistra, in 4 destra, in 6 sinistra lunga, in 4 destra su crinale, stringe molto lunga e piatto destra su crinale, in 6 sinistra su avvallamento con incrocio, in 5 destra, in 6 sinistra su possibile salto, 50, 3 destra lunga, stringe, 60 su crinale, attenzione 2 sinistra molto lunga, stringe, apre, 70 salita, 6 sinistra su crinale lunga, stringe 4, in 5 destra lunga, in 6 sinistra, in 5 destra su crinale, in 4 sinistra lunga, stringe, 100, 5 destra stretta lunga, 150, su salti e dossi, 6 destra su crinale, salto, in 6 sinistra stringe, in attenzione 4 destra su crinale, apre lunga, 70, 6 destra su grande crinale, attenzione stringe in 4 sinistra lunga, stringe su avvallamento, in 3 corda destra, in 6 sinistra su crinale, apre molto lunga, stringe 2, in 3 destra, in 6 sinistra, in 6 destra su crinale e 6 sinistra molto lunga, apre su crinale e salto, 70 su dossi, attenzione 3 destra chiude stretto, in 3 sinistra, apre 4 molto lunga, stringe su crinale 50, 4 sinistra su crinale e tieni la destra su 54 sinistra, in 6 destra molto lunga, stringe 4, 100 su crinale dopo l'incrocio, attenzione 4 destra stringe,
Understanding the techniques used in rally driving will help you understand the relationship between car and road surface and how to be the master of control under extreme pressure. Dirt rally has a precisely detailed vehicle handling model, so you will need to utilize real-world driving techniques to get through our most technical stages in one piece. Master these techniques and you'll maximize the potential of every car, allowing you to get better stage times and challenge for championship victories. Weight transfer is a core component that most aspects of rally driving revolve around. That is, the inertia of the car's weight as it changes direction. This is the force that makes your body move as the car brakes, accelerates and turns. Weight transfer affects the amount of mechanical pressure applied by each of the 4 tyres against the road surface. When a car speeds up, slows down or turns, each tyre will experience a difference in that mechanical pressure compared to when the car is stationary. This results in an increase or decrease of the potential grip available. Braking and accelerating produces longitudinal weight transfer and turning produces lateral weight transfer. It can also be influenced by other factors such as the road surface, jumps and crests. Always try and manage the weight transfer at the moment it's required, whether accelerating, braking or turning. This will maximise the grip potential of each tyre, keeping you flowing in and out of sections throughout a stage. It is important to bear this basic principle in mind as you watch these guides, as almost all these techniques are used to manage weight transfer. Like an aeroplane, rally cars move in 3 axes. Roll, pitch, and yaw. Rally cars are known for performing big slides. Most of the time, these slides are induced by the driver to achieve as high a speed through a corner as possible without sliding off the road. In order to traverse a rally stage quickly and without crashing, you must manage the attitude of the car at all times. In rallying, the racing line means the same as in any other form of motorsport. That is, to straighten the track as much as possible through corners. However, unlike some other forms of motorsport where drivers use every inch of the track to find the perfect racing line, rally drivers have only one shot at each corner, so they often leave a small margin for error. As a rally stage undulates through forests or curves around mountains, it is not always possible to see the racing line. Accurate pace notes are vital so that you know where to place the car on the road even if the section ahead is not immediately visible. You should also listen out for obstacles such as gate posts or piles of logs that may cause you to take a slightly different line through a corner than you otherwise would. When you're out on stage, make sure you listen to your co-driver and position your car appropriately for the road ahead. Always try and allow a small margin for error. When you hear drivers talking about maximum attack, they are talking about when they are pushing as hard as they can to get the most out of the car. This often leads to some of the most spectacular moments in rallying as drivers set stage records or push too far and have an event-ending crash. Knowing when to push and when to be conservative are vital when competing in an event. If you're recovering from a mechanical issue and you're trying to make up time to the rest of the field, it may be a valid strategy to push harder as you have very little to lose. If you're in the top 3 and setting competitive stage times, it may be more sensible to take a conservative approach and avoid any big risks. In reality, drivers often take a measured approach, driving at 95% of their full potential so as not to make any big mistakes while still maintaining a competitive pace. In dirt rally, this measured approach is advisable as you get to grips with your car and how it responds to the stages and the conditions. If the front wheels of a car lose traction with the road surface while attempting to steer, the car enters a state known as understeer. Understeer is always bad and never intentionally used in any rally driving technique. In fact, some of these techniques are used specifically to avoid understeer. Understeer occurs if traction has been partially lost. The car will continue to corner, but at less of an angle than the direction of the front wheels. The car will feel like it is pushing forward. In this situation, applying more steering angle often makes the situation worse, as doing so requires even more traction than was initially being asked of the front tyres. If the wheels have entirely lost traction, the car will cease turning and will slide in the direction it's travelling before the wheels locked. This is particularly common while steering under heavy braking, as the traction of the tyre is being used partly to slow the car down and partly to turn. The correct response is to stop any input to the brake and accelerator and reduce the steering angle. This allows the weight of the car to settle and traction to be regained. On loose surfaces such as gravel and snow, there is an increased chance of understeer due to the reduced level of grip, so techniques are often used to induce oversteer to prevent the car from understeering in the first place. Front-wheel drive cars are particularly prone to understeer as all braking, accelerating and turning forces go through the front tyres. Understeer can occur while accelerating if the combined forces of accelerating and steering overcome the traction available. A similar loss of traction can occur due to braking and steering. Rear-wheel drive cars are least prone to understeer as the front tyres are only used to brake and turn. In fact, their characteristics are more prone to oversteer. Four-wheel drive cars tend to exhibit the characteristics of front-wheel drive cars under braking on corner entry and rear-wheel drive cars under acceleration on corner exit. Rally teams work hard to reduce these characteristics and give a more balanced setup. Remember, understeer is always bad. When rally driving, make sure you try and avoid it at all costs. If the rear wheels of a car lose traction with the road surface while attempting to steer, the car enters a state known as oversteer. This is when the angle of the car exceeds that of the steering input and the rear of the car steps out of line with the front. Unlike understeer, oversteer is often used as a technique to increase the speed at which corners can be taken. By proactively eliminating understeer, a higher exit speed can be achieved. How oversteer is induced and controlled depends on the type of drivetrain in the car. By definition, front-wheel drive cars do not have any drive to the rear wheels. Therefore, oversteer cannot be induced by applying the throttle, but can be induced by using weight transfer. Once a front-wheel drive car enters oversteer, the attitude of the car can be controlled by steering with opposite lock, accelerating, decelerating, or braking. Applying opposite lock while accelerating will effectively speed up the front of the car and will bring the rear of the car back in line. If more oversteer is required, for example if the corner is tighter than expected, decelerating or braking will increase the amount of oversteer by maintaining the weight over the front wheels and therefore reducing the grip on the rear. As the rear wheels of a four-wheel drive vehicle are powered, you can also induce and maintain oversteer by using the throttle to spin the wheels. Depending on the ratio of power delivery between front and rear wheels, the car may have a tendency to oversteer more or less on corner exit. If the ratio is biased towards the front, under acceleration the car may pull itself out of oversteer. However, if the ratio is biased toward the rear, applying power may increase oversteer by spinning the rear wheels. Subtle control of the steering, throttle and brake is used to initiate, maintain and exit oversteer, and the same weight shifting techniques apply to four-wheel drive as for front-wheel drive cars. Unlike front and four-wheel drive cars, rear-wheel drive cars require the opposite technique with regard to throttle control during oversteer. Oversteer can be induced and maintained by weight transfer, but also by applying power to break the traction of the rear wheels. Once oversteer has been initiated, continuing to apply power will maintain the slide. In order to limit or correct oversteer, throttle input must be reduced. Lift-off oversteer occurs when, during cornering, you lift off the throttle. Because the car is slowed by engine braking, there will be a certain amount of longitudinal weight transfer which will unload the rear tyres, causing them to partially lose traction with the road. In a front-wheel drive car, this weight transfer alone is enough to induce oversteer because the front of the car is usually heavier than the rear. In four-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars, although the difference in the static weight between the front and rear may not be as great as a front-wheel drive car, the effect is amplified by engine braking also acting on the rear wheels as they are unloaded by the weight transferring forward. The key thing to remember is that oversteer is used as a technique to increase the speed at which corners can be taken. You may be tempted to try and avoid using the brakes as much as possible, but there are two separate and equally important uses for the brakes in a rally car. The most obvious use is to slow down to a speed at which the car can take the next corner without crashing. The second, less obvious reason is to manage weight transfer before, during or even after cornering. Applying the brakes transfers more of the weight of the car over the front wheels, pressing the tyres against the road, giving them increased grip. The trade-off is that the rear tyres have less of the car's weight applied to them, resulting in less grip. Slowing the car down should only be done while the car is moving in a straight line. All four wheels don't need to be pointing forward, but the direction of travel should be as straight as possible. You should apply the maximum braking force without the front wheels locking. Depending on the corner you're approaching, you may need to partially lock the rear wheels to induce oversteer. Judging braking points correctly allows you to brake smoothly and continuously until the turn-in point, where you can release the brake and turn for the corner. Releasing the brake at the turn-in point means that the weight will have already been transferred to the front wheels when you turn, giving increased traction. You must always take the characteristics of the car and the road into account when braking. As well as the level of grip and characteristics of the road, many other factors can affect weight transfer. This can load or unload each tyre, affecting the amount of grip available and the distance required to slow down. Some examples are as follows. When travelling uphill, the effect of gravity working against the car results in shorter braking distances. The opposite is true when travelling downhill. When braking on a loose surface, reduced grip results in longer braking distances. The level of grip is often variable from corner to corner, so it is usually prudent to leave a margin for error. When braking on clean, dry tarmac, you will have shorter braking distances. As there is generally more grip, the car will tend to remain more stable than on loose surfaces. Conditions such as wet weather, mud on the road or ice will result in longer braking distances. The overall weight of the car has a dramatic effect. Heavier cars take much longer to slow down than lighter cars. If the wheels are inner, wheels will slide across the surface rather than slowing the car down. So remember, use the brakes to slow the car down to a speed at which it can take the next corner without crashing, and to manage weight transfer before, during or after cornering. Always be aware of the road condition and adjust your braking distances accordingly. The term left foot braking is often misunderstood, simply using your left foot rather than your right foot to operate the brake pedal. While that fact is true, it only scratches the surface in explaining the technique. If braking, accelerating and steering are the tools used to manage weight transfer, left foot braking is the tool for fine adjustment. Using your left foot on the brake pedal and your right foot on the accelerator has a number of advantages. The amount of time taken between pressing the accelerator and brake pedals is significantly reduced compared to using your right foot only. This means that fractions of a second are saved every time you swap from accelerating to braking and back again. If you apply a small amount of brake force while accelerating, particularly in a front-wheel drive car, the load that the engine and drivetrain has to work against causes the differential to tighten. This spreads the power across both wheels, making it less likely to spin one of those wheels due to low grip, therefore giving you more driving traction out of corners. Weight transfer can be fine-tuned mid-corner by adjusting the amount of brake force versus the amount of throttle applied. A little more brake input transfers weight forward, giving more traction on the front wheels to help the car turn in. A little more throttle corrects oversteer if the car is sliding too much. The car can be balanced at the edge of traction throughout a corner using this method. Brake balance adjustment can be used in conjunction with left foot braking to tune the balance between understeer and oversteer. Some of these principles still apply if you use your right foot on the brake, but clearly the speed at which you can move between pedals becomes a factor. Cars that require the clutch to be engaged in order to change gear usually prevent the use of left foot braking for slowing the car down from high speed. However, the technique can still be applied through a corner. Remember, left foot braking allows you to quickly switch between acceleration and braking and is a fantastic technique for fine-tuning the weight transfer of the car. Tyres operate at their optimum with a certain amount of wheel spin. On gravel, wheel spin lets the tread of the tyre move loose material on the road surface and puts the tyre in contact with a harder surface underneath, where the most grip can be found. However, excessive wheel spin prevents the tyres from achieving their maximum grip potential, and so it's not always appropriate to floor the accelerator. The technique used to combat excessive wheel spin is known as feathering the throttle and is used primarily when exiting a corner to achieve maximum grip and therefore acceleration. Instead of using the accelerator pedal as an on-off switch, you can modulate the throttle input to find the most grip. The amount of throttle input required to do this will vary from surface to surface and even from corner to corner, so it is more a case of feeling for the grip than knowing exactly how much throttle to apply. As with braking, the inclination of the road ahead has an impact on the speed at which a car can accelerate. When travelling uphill, the car has to pull its weight against gravity and will accelerate more slowly than on a flat surface. Travelling downhill will allow the car to accelerate more quickly. Perhaps less obvious is the effect of altitude on the car. At high altitude, such as the mountain ranges that rally stages and hill climbs often traverse, the car will have relatively less power than at lower altitude. Engines need air to burn fuel, and so if more air goes in, more fuel can go in and more power can be produced. As the air density reduces with altitude, power output also reduces. Bear this in mind when you are driving up Pikes Peak, as the change in altitude is one of the most dramatic in motorsport. As with braking, weight transfer is an extremely important aspect of making a rally car turn. Simply turning the steering wheel does not guarantee that the car will move in the desired direction. As a driver, you must ensure that the weight is transferred to the correct place at the correct time. In general, the weight should be transferred to the outside front wheel relative to the direction of the corner. Braking places the weight of the car over the front wheels, but other factors should be considered, such as the current attitude of the car and the characteristics of the road. The current attitude of the car will vary depending on the section of road ahead. Two corners in the same direction will mean that the weight will already be in the correct place to take the second corner after the first. With two corners in opposite directions, you will have to make sure that the weight is transferred to the other front wheel after the first corner before the car will change direction for the second. The rate at which the weight transfers in any direction is dependent on the surface, the available grip, and the setup of the car. In sequences of corners that change direction, you can use the pendulum effect to help the car change direction from one corner to the next. crests, jumps, dips and other obstacles can all destabilize the car and stop you from transferring the weight to the correct wheel, and so these factors need to be taken into account. Making sure that the weight is transferred to the correct place at the right time is one of the most important aspects of rally driving, so make sure you keep this in mind at all times. There is a common misconception that to drive a rally car quickly, you need to wrestle the steering wheel one way, then the other, as much as possible. When you turn the steering wheel, you are transferring the weight of the car to the wheels on the side where it's needed to load the suspension and provide traction for turning. If you rapidly move the weight from one side to the other, it is likely to destabilize the car, making it difficult to control. Continuing the soaring action on the steering wheel will progressively make the situation worse until either a crash or a spin has occurred. When cornering or making corrections to the steering, you should apply the minimum amount of steering necessary. In conjunction with other techniques, such as left foot braking to induce oversteer, the amount of steering input necessary may be considerably lower than will be required for the same angle corner in a road car. As well as keeping the car as stable as possible, using the minimum amount of steering takes the least time to apply and remove. Consider a situation where the car unexpectedly and significantly oversteers. If you were to apply a lot of opposite lock, it may correct the situation. However, the rear wheels may suddenly grip, snapping the car out of oversteer, and you may have to rapidly unwind the opposite lock in order to prevent the car from transferring into oversteer in the other direction. Excessive steering lock would only serve to make this situation more difficult to control. So remember, always try to use the minimum amount of steering input possible in conjunction with other techniques to make sure the car remains as stable as possible. The handbrake turn is used in rallying more than in any other form of motorsport. The aim of performing a handbrake turn is to get the car to dramatically oversteer at relatively low speed, which enables a tighter turn to be taken than using the steering axis of wheels only. Weight shift is still required, and you must use the momentum of changing direction with the steering in conjunction with the handbrake to get the rear of the car to slide. The handbrake can also be used to induce oversteer in a more open corner if there's insufficient traction on the front wheels to get the car to turn in at the required point. Remember, handbrake turns are used to navigate very tight corners such as hairpins that would be difficult or slow to drive around normally, so listen out for these types of corners in the pace notes. Pendulum turns are probably the most advanced technique used in rally driving. They are essentially the culmination of all the techniques we have described in these guides. They are used specifically to prevent the car from understeering on loose surfaces when approaching sharp turns or hairpins at relatively high speed. The technique works by using the momentum of the rear of the car swinging from one direction to the other. It must be timed correctly so that the final weight shift happens at the turning point for a corner. Modern rally teams put a lot of effort into reducing their car's tendency to understeer, so pendulum turns are not used as much in today's cars as they were with the classics. In order to explain the process, here are the inputs you should make and the effect it will have on the car at each point during a pendulum turn. In this example, the car is travelling at high speed on a straight piece of gravel road and has to make a 90-degree turn. As you arrive at the braking point, you get hard on the brakes to slow the car down and shift the weight of the car forward. With increased grip on the front wheels, flick the steering wheel in the opposite direction of the corner. The reduced weight over the rear wheels will put the car into oversteer, with the rear of the car stepping out and the front of the car pointing away from the corner. You can now increase your throttle input, reduce your braking input, and steer in the direction of the corner before modulating all three inputs. This allows you to maintain the oversteer until the point at which the car needs to turn in for the corner. It's worth noting that the lateral grip of the tyre combined with some braking input causes the car to rapidly decelerate as if braking hard in a straight line. Now release the brake pedal and feather the throttle. This will snap the car out of oversteer in the initial direction. The momentum of the weight shift of the rear of the car, coupled with the acceleration and steering input, will initiate oversteer in the direction of the corner. At the turning point, apply full throttle and move the steering wheel in the same direction as the rear of the car. This is the pendulum part. You want the car to oversteer in the direction of the corner to help eliminate understeer. Now feather the throttle as the car is switching from oversteer one way to the other. You must move the steering wheel in the same direction in order to catch the second slide. You will now have oversteer through the corner. Keep feathering the throttle and control the oversteer with opposite lock. A perfect Scandinavian flick will see you hitting the apex and accelerating through the corner exit where the car is straight once more. Remember, this is an advanced technique and practice makes perfect. The advantage is that by deliberately using the momentum of the rear of the car, you can actively prevent the car from understeering into a tight corner. One of the most unique aspects of rallying, unlike other forms of motorsport, is that you have to contend with many kinds of road surfaces. With varying surface types and conditions come varying grip levels. Tarmac, concrete, gravel, dirt, ice and snow and their many variations are all surfaces you will have to get to grips with. While you will be given the most suitable tyres for the conditions in dirt rally, it is important to understand their characteristics. Not to be confused with the camber that is associated with suspension geometry, camber of the road surface should be taken into account, particularly when cornering. Positive camber, where the road is sloped towards the inside of the corner, can help the car maintain traction and higher cornering speeds can be achieved. Adverse camber, where the road surface is sloped away from the inside of the corner, tries to force the car away from the apex and the racing line, so lower speeds are often required. Although most corners have positive camber, a series of corners changing from one direction to the other, where the camber of the road also changes, can be challenging. You must ensure that the car gets out of the apex of one corner, over the crown of the centre of the road, and into the apex of the next corner. In some extreme cases, the camber is so severe that the car will jump across the road as it moves from one side to the other. Make sure you place the car in the correct position on the road so that you are making the most of the camber. Jumps are often the most spectacular part of any rally stage, but you must consider several factors when approaching them. Firstly, since the wheels of the car will not be in contact with the ground for a period of time, you will be unable to change direction or slow down while airborne. This sounds like an obvious point, but it means that you must ensure that the car leaves the ground with the correct attitude and correct speed in order to land in the correct place. If the road is straight, then it might simply be a case of making sure the car leaves the road while also pointing straight. But if the jump happens to be in the middle of a corner, you will need to ensure that the trajectory of the car will land back on the road. This is particularly important when there are ditches, rocks, trees or other obstacles lining the side of the stage. Weight transfer also plays an important role when approaching a jump. Depending on the nature of the road either side of the jump, there may be a need to slow down or even brake before it. Imagine approaching a jump at high speed, which has a sharp corner immediately after it. You would need to brake before the jump to reduce the speed, which would transfer the weight of the car over the front wheels. In general, it is advisable not to have the car in this attitude as it leaves the ground over a jump, as it would be likely to nosedive and land hard on the front, which could result in damage to the sump, radiator or suspension. Instead, you should brake up to the lip of the jump, but stop braking just before you take off to move the weight back to the centre of the car. In some cars, especially front-wheel drive or other cars that are nose heavy, it may even be prudent to be accelerating as the car leaves the ground. Doing this will transfer the weight to the rear just before takeoff, which will further help prevent the car from nosediving. Remember, even though big jumps at high speeds can be spectacular, taking them at the highest speed possible may not be the quickest way to tackle a jump. The longer a car is airborne, the more it slows down, so you should consider taking a jump at a slightly lower speed to get the wheels back on the ground as soon as possible. Although seemingly innocuous, crests can dramatically impact the stability of the car. Even if the car doesn't leave the ground as it would over a jump, a crest can often cause the car to go light and unload suspension and tyres, resulting in reduced traction. This is particularly important if the crest is immediately before, during or after a corner, and this should be taken into account when approaching them. The other thing to consider is that depending on their size, it can prevent you from seeing the road ahead. Again, this is particularly important if the crest is immediately before a corner. Imagine approaching a crest which you cannot see over at high speed that is immediately before a slight corner. It is essential that you put the car in the correct place on the road and at the right attitude to take the corner, even though the corner cannot be seen until the last second. Bumps can also unload the suspension and tyres, reducing traction by flicking the front, rear or one side of the car upward. Rally stages are usually uneven surfaces, but particularly bad bumps that unsettle the car or require you to do something different than you otherwise would are often called out in the pace notes. Bumps don't always stretch across the entire width of the road, and so evasive action may be necessary, such as moving to one side of the road. Dips or other compressions in the road surface can be unpredictable and should be treated with caution. Dips that occur over a long distance may not have too big an impact on the car, but those that are shorter can act like a severe bump, as the suspension is compressed and then rapidly extended, causing the car to be flicked into the air. Extra caution needs to be taken when traversing extremely rough terrain, with many bumps and dips that can unsettle the car. Care should also be taken when crossing water splashes, as they can, like dips and bumps, be unpredictable. Depending on the depth of water and the width of the crossing, the approach may change from flat out to slowing right down and just driving through it at a normal road speed. Hitting deep water at high speed can damage the front of the car, and so it is often better to lose a few seconds by slowing down than losing minutes with mechanical damage. Remember, this is why bumps, dips and water splashes are called out in your pace notes, and where listening to your co-driver is extremely important. There are many types of obstacles that may be encountered on a rally stage. On a gravel stage through a forest, it is not uncommon to come across logs, branches or large rocks. Rally cars have strong sump guards and other underbody protection, and in gravel setup, the suspension travel and tough tyres allow the car to drive over most obstacles. Evasive action may need to be taken if the obstacle is large enough to damage the car or cause a crash. Lower suspension setups with shorter travel and lower profile tyres like those used in tarmac rallies mean that more care must be taken when making the split-second decision to drive over or around obstacles. Fixed obstacles such as gate posts, bridge parapets and cattle grids often require consideration and are therefore included in the pace notes with sufficient description to allow the driver to pass them safely. Make sure you are prepared to take the necessary precautions to avoid a rally-ending incident when you hear these obstacles called out. Unlike a race circuit where drivers learn every inch of the track, rally drivers tackle hundreds of kilometres of unique road during every rally. And so in order to be fast and safe, they use pace notes. Not all pace notes are the same. Which system is used and what features of the road are called out are down to driver preference and can vary greatly from one driver to the next. There are many variations of co-driver systems used, but in Dirt Rally we use 6 to 1, made famous by the legendary man himself, Colin McRae. In this system, 6 is the fastest, least severe corner, and 1 is a slow, almost 90-degree corner. We then have square, hairpin and acute to describe even tighter corners. There is a general misconception that the number relates to the gear you should be in, but this isn't always the case. If you come out of a right 2 in second gear immediately into a left 6, you are unlikely to change straight into 6th gear. Distances are generally given in meters. For example, 60, 80 or 100, unless the corners are really close together, in which case and or into may be used. Additional description of detail in the road ahead is also necessary. Calls such as care, caution and double caution signify sections where extra care should be taken. Descriptions such as open, tighten or double tighten are used when the angle of the corner changes midway through. Corner length is also described using half long, long or continues for. Crests, bumps and jumps, as well as other variations that you can drive through such as bad camber, dips and water splashes are also called out. Perhaps the most important calls of all are those telling you when an obstacle is present, meaning you should avoid cutting the corner or running wide on corner exit. In these situations, the co-driver will call "don't cut." It is vitally important that you listen to your co-driver and don't cut in these situations. Another important aspect of pace notes is the timing. This is the point at which the co-driver delivers the note to you, relative to the position on the road. Again, this is down to preference, but it is common for the pace note to be delivered 1 or 2 corners ahead of where the car is on the road. This allows you to build up a mental picture of the road ahead, so that you can put the car in the correct attitude at the correct time to achieve maximum speed. While some drivers prefer pace note to be delivered later than others, it is critical that you are given each note before the point at which you would need to react to them. The most obvious example of that would be a braking point for a corner. If the pace note is given to you after the point at which you would need to brake, particularly for a corner that cannot be seen on approach, this is a late note. Any crashes in rallying have been caused by the co-driver not giving the driver pace note in time. If you want to, you can adjust the co-driver call timing in the player preferences menu so that the calls are delivered with the timing that suits you. A very good afternoon to you from Silverstone in the UK. You join us for the finals of Dirt Rally 2.0 World Series Season 2. We are crowning champions today. We've gone through thousands of competitors across the platforms, Steam, PS4 and Xbox, to get us to the point where we had quarterfinals, semi-finals and now the final. We've got the 6 best players in the world on Rally for you down at 1700 UK time. Later on today, we'll be doing Rally Cross as well. So stay with us. We've got an afternoon packed full of brilliant esports. Thanks to Thrustmaster, to Dirt Rally 2.0 and to Traction as well. My name's Andrew Coley. Delighted to be here this afternoon with the legend that is John Armstrong. Here he is. There he is. As if by magic appears. John, you've been in this situation before, you know, fighting for a world title in esports. The pressure is on here, isn't it?
for sure. There'll be lots and lots of pressure on the guys here this afternoon. Probably a little bit more easier than if it was at an actual event with lots of spectators and they were, you know, in a venue and they're all side by side, because then you can actually put a little bit of pressure on each other and do a little bit more of the sort of mind games. That's something that I tried to do whenever I knew I wasn't as quick as maybe one of the other guys. But yeah, they're going to have to, you know, just get in the zone, go flat out, and I'm sure once they go into the first stage, they'll forget about all the nerves.
Can we see mind games via WhatsApp maybe, or, you know, via Discord if they've got, you know, if they're on there? Can it just be like, well, everything's going brilliantly? Is that the sort of thing you're talking about? You just,
yeah, I don't know.
It's like in a real rally when someone sees that last stage was slippery, you're like, no, I thought it was all right actually, because that plays on people's mind.
Yeah, it's not. You're not trying to do anything, you know,
underhand. No.
Yeah, but you're just, you know, that you can
Head game.
Yeah, a little bit of head game. But we'll see. We'll see if any of that comes out in today's competition.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll all be together in a little Discord or a WhatsApp group somewhere. So we're expecting fantastic competition. As I say, we've got ourselves right to this point. The last stage, of course, was the semi-finals, and you can take a look back at some of the action from that now.
Super tricky section over that. Lucky pitches the car in.
Tidily done. It was indeed Jared Pesh who took it.
Which is a good method, but we've seen a bit of a mistake there from Kazuna Koda.
Couldn't it at the moment?
Yeah.
Oh, huge jump. Robin Johnson takes ahead of Kazuho Iwata. What's he got written on the mask?
Eagle something?
Eagleizer? Eagle-Eye. Oh, he binned it! Harry Eagles binned it while we were on board. Matasia's up there. Matasia and Pankanen swapping hundredths of a second at the top of the leaderboard. Matasia takes it. John, for me, these are absolutely crucial, and just a clash there on one side and then the other.
Lots of speed to be carried through there. Runs up the bank a little bit.
Oh no! Oh! Surely going to take a wheel off. EXR Tiger taking it. Jared Pesh right with him.
Is he stuck in a gear?
No, he can't be. What's he doing?
Coming up to the massive jump.
Get in. Matasia and Pankanen. Oh, there's nothing in it. Okay, here we go off the line, trying to find a bit of traction all the way over to the right. I'm stealing that line. Getting a lot of limiter action on. Interesting. I think Delomo maybe going to take a second back on that lead over the finish line now. Whoa!
Perfect, and like you said last time, big rock on the right there. You need to miss that spot, get your braking done.
You're on board with Kazuho Iwata now, and I tell you what, he's absolutely locked in through there. That is proper committed. No, DNF by one second. And I think that is going to put Nicolo Ardizone and Kazuho Iwata through. Oh my goodness me, that is lit from Jared Pesh.
That suspension's taking a beat.
EXR Tiger's gone. Left-hand side of your screen dropped a long way back.
Oh,
and it's a mistake for Pella. So Jared Pesh, who's just about to book his place in the final, coming through the last couple of corners now. Mistake! The Estonian's gone off the road the last corner. No way! Okay, Garrett's taken it and goes through 100. Look at the gaps. God, there's Pankanen, bottom right. I would suggest he's still doing British National Service from the haircut. Matasia's name, yeah, if you look at the left-hand side, the gaps are opening up. Pankanen is ahead of Matasia, ahead of Bottas. Pankanen's got that last corner to go, and then he's got the short squirt on the throttle. There it is. Pankanen, the world champion, is through. Fist pump, yes! Pankanen's gone through and Matasia with him. In the end, they were 6 seconds up the road from Bottas. Unipi and Lucas Matasia through to the final of the Dirt World Series. Fantastic. How close between Matasia and Pankanen. Pankanen, of course, the reigning champion. Pankanen also won the Dirt 4 Series prior to Dirt Rally 2.0. That was when Rally and Rallycross were in together. So Pankanen, reigning champion, you could call him, double champion if you go back to the previous title. Can he make it 3 in a row? Can Matasia beat him? Matasia is the only driver today who's in the finals for both Rally and Rallycross, which is a hell of an achievement. So I say stay with us. It's going to be brilliant. Semi-final action now. We had our producer with us, producer Tom was with us in the semi-finals. Unfortunately, he's not very well at the minute. You can guess why he's not here. He's not allowed to come into work. I'm glad to say there's a mild case of COVID-19, which unfortunately has not allowed us to have a land final. So wishing you all the best, mate. Get well soon, and missing you here. Obviously, in the separate room where all of our guys are. We hope you're having a good time at home watching, and we hope you're feeling entertained. Right, format for the final. We're going to have a look and see just how this final is going to go down. It's slightly different than we've had during the quarterfinals and the semi-finals. We'll get that up on screen for you in just a moment. And here we go, on to the final now. So we had tens of thousands of competitors, and we have whittled that down through qualifying on the platforms, the quarterfinals and the semi-finals to 6 finalists and 5 stages. 1 Dirt Series champion at the end of today. Well, not even that, in an hour's time. The 6 drivers will compete together as they have done on the previous stages of the competition through stage 1, 2, 3 and 4. At the end of stage 4, the guys who are in P4, 5 and 6 are out. They go no further. So then we have the top 3 drivers only will do stage 5, and they'll do it one at a time, so the pressure is really on, and that single stage will decide who takes home the Champions Trophy. Dirt Rally 2.0 World Series Champion C2. I think it's a big deal. What do you think, John? I mean, you've won an esports world title before. How much do they want this?
Well, there's a huge community out there of players, and these guys are effectively the superstars in that community, and everyone's looking to them as their heroes. So, you know, each finalist here today really wants to take that gold trophy home, and they may settle for the other 2, but they definitely have their eyes set on the gold. Yeah, so it's a bit of pressure, but yeah, there's some amazing drivers here today, some of the best on Dirt Rally 2.0.
I wanted to ask you about Unipankana, say double champion. Obviously you won. Did you go back and try to defend your title the following year of esports?
Yes.
So how was it going back as the defending champion? Because that's the position that Yuna's in today.
It's quite tricky because sometimes it's on a different game, and the characteristics of the finals can change too. So it is difficult. You've got a bit more pressure, but also you've got the pressure off your back of having already won a championship. So it's one of those things. You know, I did try and win it again, but perhaps didn't put in as much effort. So as long as UniP has put in the effort, then he should be able to do it there again.
Be interesting to see how it goes. Of course, last year Unipankana was actually doing his Finnish military service. I believe didn't have the time to put the practice in, and still managed to come through and take the title. So it's going to be brilliant. Now we need to talk, of course, stages and cars. You need to know what we're doing. We're using 1 car this time out, but we're going to 5 different countries. So let's take a look, and me and John can talk you through some of the brilliant places we're going. And in one of, well, do you know what? If I could own 1 rally car, it's a tough one. It'd either be a Peugeot 306 Maxi, an Impreza WRC 97, or this car, which is my hero car, John. 95 Group A Impreza. We're looking at it in the traction livery. Each of the drivers has their own coloured livery, so you'll be able to keep up with who's in what car. We'll run through that when we're in the competition stages. We started in Monte Carlo, super slippery, and then on to Sweden. Both these events with a bit of icing, but in a very different way.
Yeah, 100%. And it'll be interesting to see what tyres the guys take for that first stage, because depending on the stages in Monte Carlo, there can be a lot of dry tarmac or ice. So they could choose a winter tyre or a soft slick, so it'll be interesting to see what they choose, but they will have done lots of testing to find out what they want.
And just, yeah, that's true actually. So they've had their equipment, they've had their Thrustmaster equipment and their PCs, because this is a home final. We've made sure everyone's got the same kit, and they've actually had that for a week. So John, they've had more practice than they would have had if we'd had this at the Autosport show, because they only got, what, half an hour I think there last time. We'd had a different esports the day before, and the drivers only just got their hands on the equipment before the final. New Zealand, one of my favourite stages. You can see me having a full attempt at that in just a few short minutes. And also Spain, and then we go to Wales to decide the world title, and it's a hell of a stage. It's Sweetland.
Yeah, Sweetland's one of the most famous stages in the World Championship, and yeah, you know, guys know the stage pretty well. It's very, very famous within our game, and yeah, the 3 drivers that get through, they're just going to have to give it absolutely everything to try and get the title on that last stage.
Yeah, I can't wait. That's it. And the pressure there is good, because if you're the leader, thing is as well, because the accumulative times are gone before. So the 4 previous stages, effectively, you've got to be at the front 3 to make it to the last stage, and then we delete all the time. So you can't come in there with a lovely 10-second lead and then back it off. So really, it's win it or bin it. The only advantage, I think, for me of being the leader at that point is you get to go last, by which I mean you've seen the level of risk they took, which will be key.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to allow the last driver going into the stage to know what their performance needs to be to clinch the title.
Did they make a mistake?
Yeah, and they'll be watching the stream too. They can see what lines the drivers are taking, where they make little mistakes. So it's a huge advantage. So
you want to be leading?
You want to be leading going into that last stage for sure.
Okay. Now, someone who would not have been leading is me. Because I spent a whole day in this studio playing Dirt Rally 2.0, and I've got to say there are worse ways to spend your day at work. I do appreciate that. I did actually do some good stages, but here's some highlights of maybe not quite so good. I am taking the traction-backed Subaru Impreza 555 Group A car, famous Group A car, to Wales. We'll chuck it about a bit, have a bit of fun, try and talk you to the stage. I always think when you hear the over jump pace note, if you don't get a jump, and I barely got a jump there are times in the game I'm like, how's that a jump? And then you realise that John Armstrong wrote the pace notes, and then this is a long two right, and he's rolled it straight over the fence. Too hot into there. There we go, just take it there, post box, that's fine. Too much down the fence, mess the line up, hit the bank, and rolls. I did say I'd talk you through the stage, see what works. That doesn't work. Oh, it's radiator lots on and everything. Pro driver going to be livid. So we've just been discussing tarmac spec Group A Imprezas. I do quite fancy one. They are quite rare. So you can actually win yourself some equipment if you like to go and have a crack at playing Dirt Rally 2.0. Perhaps you've never played it before. We might have some people watching who don't own the gaming equipment that's necessary. This is your chance via Traction. I say if you want to see the full 50 minutes of that video, head to traction.gg or at TractionGG across all the social medias and YouTube as well, and you can see 15 minutes of me crashing. Then you can try to beat my performance, which won't be too difficult, by entering this competition. That is a mega prize. It really is. A PS5, an Xbox Series X, and an RTX 3070 3070 gaming PC. What would you say, John? How's the correct way to say that? 3070. It's a good one.
3070.
There you go. You see, there are 4 ways to say it. But yeah, winner will be announced on the Traction GG social media pages on March the 5th. Literally, that's all 3 together. You don't get to win one of them. You win all 3. Quite what you're going to do to play all 3, I don't know. What would you do?
I guess you could have one in each room of the house.
Yes.
That would be one way to
And
resolve.
it is annoying when one of your mates has got an Xbox and you've got a PS4 or somebody like you play on PC. I'd love to play against you, but I play PS4 at the minute. Don't have a PS5. Maybe I'll enter. I won't be allowed to win, sadly. But yeah, I mean, imagine having all 3. That's great.
Yeah, it'd be absolutely amazing. It's a great prize, so make sure to enter and try and get your hands on it.
You're going to need 3 Thrustmaster steering wheels, 3 sets of pedals as well. I mean, you know, it's not quite a done deal, but that is a massive prize, absolutely huge. So that's all on Traction if you fancy a look at that. And thanks as well to the guys who had me up for a day of playing. So there was a couple of decent runs on the stage. The full videos on YouTube. Right. We should get down to business. Let's take a look at the entry list for Dirt Rally 2.0 Season 2, the final, on the rally side. Here they are, and that is the liveries which they're using. So we'll run through the drivers one by one, and then we'll take a quick look at them as well. So in the red car, we've got Kazuho Iwata, Japanese driver. Nicolo Ardizone is in the blue Impreza. Lucas Mateja in the yellow car. Una Pankanen, the reigning Dirt Rally 2.0 champion, in the green Impreza. We've got Jared Pesh in the pink traction colored car, and Theo Rochelle in the grey and black at the bottom. We can take a look at these guys one by one. So there is Kazuho Iwata in Japan. Trying to think, it'll be later in the day there. I think they're about 8 hours ahead if I remember correctly. I have been lucky enough to go to Japan a couple of times for work. And so he's late into the evening. He's been waiting all day. I kind of wouldn't like that because you've been waiting around all day to do it. Nicolo Ardizone. Nicolo, we're lining up for you now. Kazuho was looking pretty chilled, John.
Yeah, he's just relaxing on his phone. Probably doing some last minute
setup changes.
Yeah, just doing a bit of research.
Okay, Nicolo Ardizone. There's Nicolo. What's Nicolo doing? He's making some adjustments, I think. Is he jumped to the wheel potentially?
It does look like he's pressing a few buttons down.
He doesn't know he's on the stream. Now, if this was, I like his setup, the little name sticker down the side. I would be not watching the stream because I wouldn't want the added pressure of knowing we're having a little look at him and saying what's going on.
For sure, I think, you know, the media side of things and cameras can really put these drivers off.
Smaller screen than I was expecting for Ardizone. He's using quite a small monitor there.
Sometimes using a small screen is an advantage, especially if you're in bonnet view. It means that you don't have to look as far over each side to see where your bonnet is, the edge of your bonnet.
Lucas Matej. I'm wondering now, are they all sending each other the what you were saying earlier, the mind games? How they started already. Oh, is that Lucas's mum just coming to wish him luck? I hope so. That's brilliant. Maybe his other half. But either way, Lucas, wishing all the finalists the best of luck, John, because it's high pressure now.
For sure.
They've got to try and beat this man, Una Pankinen, who's the next driver we're going to see. There is Una P, the reigning world champion, Dirt Rally 2.0. He is good to go, isn't he? He is good to go. Yes, Una P. And I think he's got green gloves on to match the car there. Has he got a little green stripe on the gloves? I think he has, which is matching the Impreza that he's going to be driving.
He's got a nice cat shelf in the background there.
He has,
the little tower.
I hope he doesn't end up with any crazy cats. Imagine that, a crazy cat, leaping across the screen. I mean, stranger things have happened. Jared Pesh. Jared, welcome along to the final. Very best of luck to you as well. Say best luck to all the drivers. Pesh with his headset on. Good to go. And finally, we're looking for Theo Rochelle, who's in the black Impreza at the bottom. So Theo, we're lining up. There is Theo, cans off just for a second, putting them back on, getting himself good to go. Nice to see the guys all in their sponsored shirts and just getting themselves settled in, ready for the first stage. I should think they are just about ready for us to shut up and to get into the stage, aren't they? How would you be feeling now? Like, I wish it was a land final. We all wish it was, and we wish you all the best at home. We're really nearly there. The vaccine's been rolled out around the world. We hope we can have a land final next time out. So wishing you the best wherever you're from, but it's not a land final. They're at home. I still think they're going to be nervous. Una P looking confident.
Yeah, Una P's looking very relaxed and not as scared of us as the media looking in on him. So yeah, very confident, and it looks like he's relaxed, and that's what we were speaking about. He's already won 2 championships, so he probably doesn't feel as much pressure to win this one as the other drivers, because they've never won it before.
Okay, we're good to go. The drivers have got their equipment at home, of course. They are all using equipment from our fantastic sponsors, Thrustmaster. So here's a little look at some of the Thrustmaster kit you can get at home, especially if you win that prize from Traction. All the gear. Maybe no idea like me. Have a look. Some decent kit there, John. I know you use the full-on handbrake. You get a proper clunk on that for the gear shift as well if you're using it as a sequential shifter. Yeah,
the TSS handbrake it has a sequential mode as well, so it feels absolutely amazing. I know it's handbrake, but the sequential mode is amazing. It feels proper realistic, very clunky, like a real sequential gearbox. Yeah, and if you got 2 of them, you have one in sequential mode and one handbrake mode, and in my eyes, that's the perfect setup for rallying.
Man, I'm gonna have to take over the spare room. I think I have to keep folding my brilliant play seat. I can't complain. Folding it up, putting it away. I might have to. Not quite sure whether or not the wife would take me taking the whole spare room. What do you think? Time, isn't it?
I've done something similar in my girlfriend's apartment. I've basically taken over the spare room. It's I work there during the day, and I've got the whole simulator set up in the corner and everything. So
John's girlfriend. I'm so sorry. But that's
she's very good, bless her. She's very good.
Well, I need to persuade my wife that the spare room is about to become a full sim room. So we're this might be happening. But yeah, great kit from Thrustmaster. Drivers are all getting themselves set up. We apparently have got them loading into the lobby, so they're about to leave the service area to head to Monte Carlo, Route de Turini Monte. Now, this is a mixture of tarmac and slush and snow and ice, John. I find the Monte stage is very difficult.
It's very difficult because there's a high grip when you get onto that pure tarmac, and if you're making the transition between the ice onto that, you get a sudden grip gain or loss. Yeah. And sometimes that's hard to manage if you're not used to it. But, of course, these guys have been practicing all week. They're going to know how to drive on this stage.
I was going to say that for me, the thing is, do you brake before the snow and ice? When you get an ice call and you're right, okay, it's a hairpin, so you think, I have to take the speed off before. And then there are some times where the ice layer is at the hairpin, and these guys will just chuck it over the ice and brake after. They will have learnt that, won't they?
And sometimes they're pitching the car in on a complete slide. The car as much speed as they can through the corner.
Yeah.
Of course, that's risky, but in game you're willing to do that risk,
Yeah.
and you're probably going to get away with it. But I guess in real life you'd be
Maybe
scared
not.
about maybe dropping off the cliff or something, you know.
Remember that, Scott? There's a brilliant clip of a Skoda Octavia sitting on the very edge of a cliff up against a broken telegraph pole, isn't it? I think, or maybe
They
it
actually
isn't,
they
but
used that stage again for the first time this year.
brilliant.
Which is cool.
My other favourite picture, which is not the Monty, is Hannonen's Fabia S2000 on top of a house. He's in that one.
Yeah, on
And
top
it's
of
like,
the shed.
yeah, it's like 20 feet from the road. It's just brilliant. So rallying, it's a wonderful sport. If you've not played the game, get amongst it, 'cause it really is. It's the closest you're going to get to a proper rally experience. I promise you that. Are we nearly ready? Are they? One more. We're waiting on one more. So to run through the cars again, Kazuho Iwata is in the red Impreza, Niccolo Arti's own in the blue, Lucas Matasia is in the yellow car, Pankinen green, Jared Pesh pink, and Theo Rochelle is in the black Impreza. We've got 4 stages before we head through to stage number 5, which is going to decide our champion. First stage up now. So this is Lucas Matasia, who's the only driver to be in the final for both rally and rallycross. I'm actually feeling pretty nervous now. We're missing car 2 top right, but I think that's because the stack only shows 5 cars, so I think we're okay. On board with Matasia off the line, and we switch straight through to the roof camera. Chucking it through the first few corners. John is using full width of the road straight away. You can look at the left-hand side of the screen. These guys are so evenly matched already. Even this first section of the stage is hard.
Yeah, we've already got those ice patches, and we're just coming up to a right-hander soon, which is dry on the start of the corner, and then it turns to full ice, and so tricky to get your line right. This is it here. See how tentative they're being.
Listen to Pankinen on a throttle as well. You're on board with Una Pankinen now, the world champion, the reigning champion. About 5 or 6 inputs on throttle just through that right-hander to get the car the exact angle he wanted. That was lovely.
Yeah, he's really good at managing his inputs, especially the throttle input. A lot of speed carried over that crest, that's proper committed into the hairpin. As you can see, he used the snow on the inside to rotate the car. He just nibbled
the wheel.
Yeah, which is a strategy you can do. But as you can see, so much ice here.
Early in over that crest, that's another one that I struggle with. Then you've got the ice, then dry tar, then ice, then standing on the anchors, open hair, right. Beautifully done. Pankinen looking really strong, but John, he's not making inroads into anybody else just now. And at the minute he's in P3, Iwata and Ardi's own. Look how close it is between them. They're constantly swapping places, those top P2 and P3.
Yeah, super close so far. Looks like Jared Pesh maybe drop back a little bit.
Theo Rochelle as well. So Theo Rochelle is showing now on the left-hand side of your screen slightly further back. Outside now looking at Pankinen in the green Impreza. What a good car, but John, not as easy to drive as the R5s.
No, this car is notorious for being quite lazy. You know, in that era, they didn't have the same technology on diffs or the suspension, so you really have to chuck it in to get the chassis to rotate, and you can see the guys turning in so early here.
That's what I love about this car, though, and if you want to go back and watch some rally videos from the 90s, or Pankinen over rotation in the middle of the corner, but pretty much perfectly exit. Early up the gears as well to kill the wheel spin on the exit. You have to pitch in, as you say, but that's why I love these cars, John, because you'd see them come down and they would have to Scandinavian flick it 2 or 3 times sometimes on the brakes to get it turned in. It was mega.
I always think this car is a little bit like a tractor. You can be super aggressive with it, and yeah, it doesn't punish you for being aggressive. I think that's what makes it so drivable. But it's really good to see Iwata out in front here. I was not expecting that, but he's been competing in Dirt Rally 2.0 competitions this year. He was in the little series that I organised, and he was the fastest driver on that. So you can see this practice is paying off for him.
Look how committed he is. Kazuho Iwata now on full snow section on the stage, clips the wall, gets away with it, does he? May have lost a couple of tenths. Pankinen to the lead, so now Pankinen, Pesh and Iwata could not be more closely matched. This is absolutely fantastic and exactly what you would expect of a World Championship final.
Yeah, super close so far, but that mistake definitely lost them a couple of tenths, if not a couple of seconds.
Look at Pankinen transitioning the car, though, beautifully flicking the weight from one way to the other. Into the hairpin now. Look at that shot as well. Perfect drone helicopter shot through the hairpin. Lovely stuff.
As you can see with those hairpins, though, they're not full of ice, so you can actually have a good strategy through them to pick your way and try and find that dry tarmac.
Pankinen early down the gears, through the right and flicks the car back the other way. Now we switch to Lucas Matasia. So Matasia in the yellow Impreza over the crest, runs the car out towards the wall. Either side, there's a couple as well, John, where you can end up off the road terminal damage, so some of these banks will support you, but you can go over them, and there's a couple of places with wood barriers, which I always find, where you go straight off the edge of the road and that's it, game over. Terminal damage is on, remember, clips the wall on the exit Matasia, fully lit now, pitching it in early again. So yeah, they can get punctures on if they take too many risks and run it down the wall.
Yeah, that's it. You know, Andrew, how easy it is to pick up a puncture in real life. So whenever you've got the extreme damage turned on, it makes the vulnerability of tire even higher. So if you hit something, there's a high probability you will get a puncture.
Kazuho Iwata, bottom right of your screen, in Japan, live right now, threading the eye of the needle in Monte Carlo for the first stage. 4 of these drivers at least are going to be super close. Theo Rochelle has definitely had a problem in this one. Crosses the line. Who took it? He's so close. It looks like it might have been Matasia that's taken it on the board there on the right. Iwata could be 4th. Theo Rochelle coming around now. He's not far behind, maybe 9 seconds. Look how close it is. Unbelievable at the top. Pesh taking it. We're talking about hundredths. It's not even tenths. It's going down to hundredths on the right-hand side. 440.6 for both the top 2 drivers. Pankinen with a 440.8. That is insane. 441.4 for Lucas Matasia. That is so close, John. And then a little bit of time drop for the 2 guys at the back, but so close.
I wasn't expecting Pesh to be the winner in that stage because I think it was so close. Whenever they're literally on the same time on the leaderboard, they stack up, don't they?
Yeah.
So I was not expecting that, and that was amazing to see. And the guys,
I knew it was going to be close, but like this, that's ridiculous.
Basically 2 tenths separating the top 3 on that stage. Amazing.
Problem for Rochelle. You've got to reset now. Theo Rochelle has got to reset the Frenchman and go again. Yeah, you've had one issue. There are 3 more stages to go. You are on the back foot. How do you cope?
You just have to give your all. I mean, anything can happen. If he's had a bad stage, someone else can have a bad stage. Someone could have terminal damage or anything.
So do you up the risk now? Because again, you can't, you don't want, well, you saw people riding banks, you're risking punctures, you know, anything like that, and it is game over instantly. But as you've already lost a bit of time, is there an argument now to just go, do you know what, I'm going to send it, and if I go out, I'll go out?
I think so. I think you have to give your all. You're probably not going to be as neat and tidy as you would be if you were just going through with a normal push, but if you're behind at this point, you have to give it everything. You're probably going to be messy, but you're just going to have to manage it and get away with the errors.
Who won the stage, John? I know you noted it down. I'm just going to get on the paperwork. Hicker on John. It was Matasia, was it, with the win?
No, it was Pesh.
It was Pesh, sorry.
Yeah.
Pesh with the win. Who was second? Iwata.
Yeah, and then Pankinen.
So where was Matasia? Was he in? Was he?
I think I've messed up my times a
That's
little bit.
Good.
I think he was 41. He was a 41.4.
This is called live maths with Andrew and John. This is for all you kids who are stuck at home, studying from home. You know, school reopens here in the UK on March the 8th. In the meantime, me and John Armstrong can give you some live maths, and you too can get an average maths GCSE score. Well, we're going to have a look at the results on screen. That's handy. See, this is why there are people who are better than me and John at their jobs who are in the other room. There we go. Pesh. Okay, so let's make a little note of this. You're welcome to do the same at home. Pesh with the win. Look at that on the right-hand side, plus 0.051. So that's half a tenth, basically, is the gap between Pesh and Iwata. P3 was Pankinen, and Pankinen is 1/10 of a second back. That's not even a brush with a bank. It's nothing. Matasia only 0.8. So, I mean, it is just insanely close between them. I'm just going to note that down. 0.8. 0.8 for Matasia is 0.1 for Pankinen. I mean, that's just incredible. And actually, Ardi's own. So, sorry, Nicolo Ardi's own, only 0.9. So Ardi's own is only 0.9 behind as well. I mean, it's just less than a second between the top 5 drivers on the first stage. Brilliant. Theo Rochelle, unfortunately, +9 on that one. So, yeah, 0.9 of a second between the top 5. Thanks, guys, for putting the times back up on the screen. Insane. And 1/10 of a second between the top 3. Wow.
I think we're going to see these gaps increased now because the guys obviously knew this was the first stage. They probably put the most effort into this stage in terms of practice. So I think we'll see bigger gaps now.
It makes me nervous, but as well, the thing here, if this carries on like this, bear in mind that only the top 3 go through to that stage 5, John. If it stays as close as this, you could be looking out, missing out on a shot at the world title by a tenth of a second.
I think that's probably going to be the most gutting thing today, is not getting through.
Not making the top 3.
Yeah, I think so.
Once you make the top 3, you can risk it for a biscuit.
You're guaranteed a trophy.
Yeah. What is it we do is if we make the top 3?
No lift for nothing.
No lift for nothing if you make the top 3. Jared Pesh, bottom right of your screen, is your current leader by half a tenth of a second.
Long stage. That's what we like to see.
So, yes, of course, 8 sectors down the left-hand side. Right, okay, so John, trick in Monty is obviously grip. In Sweden, for me, the hardest thing is visually seeing where the edge of the stages are, because it's white on white, but also knowing you can touch the banks a bit, but you can get sucked in if you touch it too much.
Yeah, 100%. You know, in real life, the drivers use yellow tinted glasses to try and help define the edge of the road. But what some of the guys could have done is adjusted their graphic settings for the contrast. Either way, probably darker, so they would help define the edge of the road.
Can you, if you were to use the yellow glasses at home looking at the screen, would it work in the same way? Have you ever tried it?
I'm not sure. I've never tried it, but
So there's a YouTube video for John Armstrong's channel. That'll be up
we
soon.
could give
If
that
not,
a go.
We'll be doing it on traction if you don't do it. So
we could give it a go, but I'm not sure if it'll have the same effect. But as you can see, there's a lot of shading under the trees here, which help define the road too. But as you see, Jared Pesh absolutely going for it here.
So this is the thing as well, the bumps there, and as you're now with Pankinen, who appears to lead according to the right side. I think the gaps here as well are slightly bigger. You could see there the difference between an R5 and a Group A. Group A is bouncing down that piece of road, and that's something I struggle with the Group A cars as well in Argentina. You always find yourself raising the ride height to try to lose some of the bumps.
Yeah, that's it. You have to raise the ride height to have a bit more distance and track. Yeah, because the more modern rally cars like the R5s have more travel on the suspension, whereas these older cars don't. And yeah, like you said, you can see these cars bouncing around like a bunny rabbit at the minute.
Perfect touch of the bank there for Pankinen on the inside again, just enough to put a dusting of snow up over the front right headlight, but just enough to rotate the car in. Theo Rochelle is off the back of the pack again, unfortunately, so I think maybe losing a little bit too much time. This is Matasia again, we're seeing.
This is such a high speed section right now, flat out in 6th gear. On the limiter as well, on the limiter in 6th. Amazing now into the right-hander, but you can carry lots of speed. This is a flat left.
Armstrong knows his way around, doesn't he? Wrote the notes, of course, for these stages.
Got a tricky right-hander coming up now over a crest. It sort of keeps going round and tightens.
Here?
Yeah. It tightens on this crest a little bit, but there's another corner afterwards which looks similar. And that's the thing with Sweden, because everything is white, it's very hard to learn the track.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it is.
This is a trickier corner there.
Yeah, double crest with a dip in the middle. I mean, yeah, just outrageous how good these guys are. Kazuho Iwata currently P3 on this stage, but the left-hand side of your screen will tell you just how close it is between these guys. Actually P4, because in front of him, Pesh and Pankinen are swapping places, while Matasia seems to be leading. Saw Pankinen leading at the start of the stage. Matasia, remember, was just 0.8 of a second back. And we are now, who's that's dropped out the back of the pack? Nicolo Ardizone has dropped out the back of the pack of 4. So Ardizone, who was just 0.9 off the leader, may have lost a little bit of time here. So are we now seeing the difference? Theo Rochelle too far back, and maybe the first driver, I think, that is unlikely to make the top 3. Still done brilliantly, John, to get to this level. It's just insane to qualify for a final.
Definitely, this is the elite of the elite, and these guys are just going absolutely flat out. It's all about the tenths here, and any mistake is just punished.
Odizone's gone further back, so Nicolo Odizone with another mistake now.
Maybe a puncher, who knows?
Yeah, could be dropping time due to that. True. John, how much time would you need, honestly, to get onto the pace of these guys? Because I know you play the game a lot, but I don't think you're playing as much as these guys are at the minute, are you?
No, definitely. I'm not practicing like these guys. For an esports final, they're going to be, their whole life revolves around this, what we're seeing today. They've been practicing as much as they can over the last week. Probably 8 hours a day is sort of the measure that I normally give. Massive jump, that was amazing.
Crowd cheering for that one in the background, that's what we like to see. WRC, of course, up in the Arctic this weekend. Fighting it out. Radsport, unfortunately, was cancelled due to COVID-19, so Finland's organisers took over and organised a second Arctic rally. In fact, they've run the rally twice, haven't they, in the space of a few weeks?
Yeah, they're using some of the same roads. I think there's a little bit of damage on them, but of course with the ice over the top of the surface, it doesn't really matter as much.
Matasia, bottom right, not wearing gloves. We've been watching the guys practice here in the studio. We're able to see some of their practice feeds. And one of the drivers was actually wearing woolen gloves to practice.
Must have been a little bit cold, I think.
Yeah. It was in Monster, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming towards the end of the stage now. Lucas Matasia leading in the yellow Impreza. There is the finish. I think he's taken it. Pankinen maybe. Super close between them. Pesho now at the top of the screen. That's how close it is. You're seeing Nicola Ardizone approach the finish. Theo Rochelle just a few seconds further back. You're on board with Rochelle now.
See, he's not even that far off them, but it's just a lot more than the rest of the pack.
Coming round to the timing, and there it is. So Matasia takes it 1.2 seconds. So Matasia, I think, will move into the lead with that because he was, how far back was Matasia? Looking at my notes, he was just 0.8 back. So 13.2. So we've got Matasia, Pankinen, Pesh, Iwata. So Matasia, Pankinen, we're just making notes, Pesh and Iwata. So at the moment, I mean, UNIP had a third and a second. We've got Matasia with a fourth and a first. Jared Pesh with a first and a third. I mean, it really, but the thing is, we'll get the times up on screen in a minute. We'll get the times up and we'll be able to look back and see what the gaps were. But I say 1.2 back, Matasia was 0.8 back and won that stage by 1.2. And he's managed though so he'll take the lead by 0.4 of a second, I think. Right. Have a look at this stuff from Thrustmaster while we do more maths. So we're getting the accumulative results ready for you after stage 1 and stage 2. Of course, they've been to Monaco, Monte Carlo. Now they've been up in Rally Sweden. So we're done with the snow and ice. We're going to be moving on next to New Zealand. And we're actually following the career of Colin McRae in that 1995 season when he won the World Championship. He retired in Monaco, Monty. I remember him sliding off the road on the right-hand side of the road, wasn't it, in the dark. I remember seeing a telegraph pole. Sweden, of course, the Imprezas all had problems with the engine, so that they didn't have a good rally there. And McRae won that the 2 previous seasons, but we're heading to New Zealand where he absolutely smashed it. And I think New Zealand was where he won his first rally as well in the Legacy.
It was in the Legacy, yeah.
So yeah, following the career of a hero and a career that you can play in Dirt Rally 2.0 as well. There's some great challenges in that, which was a late addition to the game, and it's really good fun. So have a look if you haven't already. Let's take a look at the stage times after stage 2. These are our overall standings. Lucas Matasia does indeed lead. He leads by just 0.5 of a second. So I'm going to scribble stuff out now. Matasia has gone into the P1 and he is Pankinen is P2 plus 0.5. Who's third? Third is Pesh. So this is live maths plus 1.2. And then we've got Iwata 1.4. So Ardizone, Theo Rochelle, unfortunately, plus 36, so he's lost 26 seconds in that one. We didn't see what happened. Nicola Ardizone was bang on the pace in the first stage, but has dropped further back. So for me, actually now, John, this is much more about who of those top 4 makes a mistake, because there's 1.4 seconds separating the top 4 with 2 stages to go. We're good now, I think, with that. So 1.4 seconds between the top 4, down to Iwata. With Ardizone Rochelle being further down now, really this is about survival, and this again it's a tactical decision now. Do you fight your way into the top 3, or do you hope that one of the other guys blinks first? right now we haven't seen any blinking at all from, from Iwata, Mateja, Pankinen or Pesh.
Yeah, that's it. And don't forget, they're going to want to go last into that final stage, so they have the advantage of...
So you think it's worth...
I think they're going to go for this and keep going flat out. Of course, maybe Jard Petch and Kazuna Koda,
Yep.
they're fighting each other, so they'll be happy if one of those gets in, I think, to the top three to go through to the final stage.
So, okay, Ardizone and Rochelle slightly further off. But bear in mind, if two more people make a mistake, then it gets to the point of which of those guys has made the least mistakes or lost the terminal damage as well, can see you straight off the pace instantly. So this is by no means over. Those guys must continue to push. We are on board with Una Pankinen. This is the stage which I had a crack at the other day several times on traction. Pankinen off the line, so you've got a left and a right chucking into there. Look at the cut he takes. Damn you, Pankinen, I wish I'd seen that the other day. That's a huge cut.
Huge cut, and obviously that's just opening up the radius of the corner so he can carry more speed through it.
And he does exactly what so this is the trick bit now. You come down through a 6 right tight to the 3, but look at that. Look at the grip he's got, even in the wet.
Just the corner you crashed on, I think it is.
Oh, straight over the fence there, mate. Yeah, 2 right. So, yeah, as we went in, I said, this is the 2 right. It tightened through the kind of the fence. So, don't co-drive for me. I think it's the top tip there.
You're quite right saying, Andrew, that he's got a lot of grip here, and that's probably down to the setup that he's managed to figure out with his car on this stage.
Huge grip for me. I say I played this the other day, and I'll tell you what else he's got. Is a much better perception of the awareness of the car, and that's something I'm working on. I think, you know for a fact, John, I played chase camera for a long, long time. I know that's the devil to Eagle players, but even Oliver Solberg plays chase cam. You know, some people like to be able to see the car. When you can see the car, you have a very obvious perception of the width compared to the stage. And swapping to bonnet cam as I have since I've used the wheel, definitely, for me, much better, much more immersive. But trying to figure out just how much space you've got to the right here and to the left, crest, over to the left, this is where I ran on the bank. You see what I mean? Like, he's just using every single inch. That perception of the width of the car is bang on. That's a lot of practice for me.
Definitely, and I think that's the advantage of having a smaller monitor is that you can, in your field of view, you can see each corner of the bonnet a lot easier if you've got a small monitor.
Got you.
So that's why it's an advantage to have a small monitor. But yeah, I think it's why we see them use bonnet cam as well, because no one's using the cockpit camera.
I don't like the cockpit camera because it's offset to the side as well.
And it's very hard to judge your corners of
so you use the bonnet camera?
If I want to go absolutely maximum speed, then I'll probably go for the bonnet camera, but I found that I can be just as fast with the VR
yeah, you see that? Yeah, I do like the VR, I have to say. But for me, VR is good because you can look through the corner.
Yeah.
When you get too sideways, or even not too sideways, you're looking down the line. And in a real car, again, your eyes, you look where you want the car to go. Don't look at the tree, you will hit the tree.
Yeah, you're always following the road where you want to go. You're seeing the guys coming up here to...
2 left, this is into a 2 right on board Mateja. A couple of big cuts. Who's off the back there? Is Rochelle and Ardizone again? Is it on the left-hand side, John?
Yes, it is Rochelle and Ardizone. Yep.
So our top 4 still pretty close together. Kazuho Iwata is in P3 and he was in P4, but not by much. So Iwata would like, wouldn't he, to overcome Pesh if he can at this point. Or was Pesh leading? No, Pesh wasn't. It was Mateja was leading from Pankinen. Pesh was in 3rd. So yeah, there was only 2/10 of a second between Iwata and Pesh. So this, remember, the top 3 get to fight for the world title. The other going home in 1 stage time.
It's Pankinen. There's still swaps of places at the moment. Pankinen and Mateja just coming to the final corner now.
Who's going to get it? Watching the right side. Couldn't be closer between them. So it looks like it's Mateja, Pankinen and Pesh. No, so sorry, P2 looks like he might have gone to Iwata. What's the timing of the say at the end of the stage? Rochelle and Ardizone were closer that time, but again, there is 1.4 seconds between the top 4, and Iwata with 9/10 of a second ahead of Pesh. I think Pesh made a mistake there, so Iwata is going to move into the top 3. Pankinen is 2/10 of a second quicker than Mateja, so it's Pankinen, Mateja, Iwata. I'm going to wait until we get the accumulative times written down. So 3, maybe a time mistake there from Pesh, who at the moment will have handed his place in the final to Iwata.
but he hasn't, because we've got a stage now coming up in Spain on tarmac. So we're now switching from loose or icy conditions onto tar, and that may play into other drivers' hands. So obviously nothing over yet, John, but a fascinating battle for that last place in well, for all of them. Any of these guys could make one mistake and they're out instantly.
100%. It's just so close still to call it. And there's only, what, 0.3 of a second between first and second now. It's so close. But I do think that Iwata is a bit of a tarmac expert, and I think Jared Pesh isn't as much of a fan of tarmac as what he is of the gravel. So we'll see. Maybe that'll play out not so good for him.
Pressure is on then for this final stage in, if you want to call this the qualifying section of the final, I suppose. Top 3 drivers are going to go through to stage 5, which is Great Britain, Sweet Lamb in the Impreza, of course, where McRae won the World Championship with an amazing fight back from a puncture. I remember them straightening up the strut with the garden post. I think we spoke about this even last time on the show. It was a brilliant event. He came back from so far back and just he destroyed everyone. Broke the morale of Carlos Sainz's teammate, who, of course, in Spain, which is where we're heading next. Spain is where Carlos Sainz was, team orders went in his favour. McRae was leading. He was told to slow down by the team. The team was standing in the road. The famous piece of footage of one ProDrive staff doing this, and McRae just going lit through, wasn't he? And he gave up the time in a time control afterwards, and then he kicked a bin in the service area. Was not happy. So we're going to Spain. Who's going to be not happy? Let's see the standings as we head on to the tarmac of Catalonia. There is 2.4 seconds separate the top 4. So Ardizone and Rochelle, unless one of those front guys makes a big mistake, they're not going to make it. But any of those top 4 could make it or not at this point. Lucas Matasia is leading, so I'm just going to make a quick note of this, and he is leading by not very much. Pankinen is in P2, and Pankinen, the current reigning champion, is plus 0.3 of a second, so there's nothing in it. Iwata is plus 1.7, and he is in P3, and Pesh is in P4. He is plus 2.4, so he is just 0.7 of a second. Yes, 7/10 of a second behind. So basically, there are 0.7 of a second, I say, between Iwata and Pesh. Iwata and Pesh, if you like, is who the battle is between, but I'm afraid 2.4 seconds is nowhere near enough for either Matasia or Pankinen to be chilling. We are not chilling with a 2.4 second lead, are we?
No, it's way too close. This is anyone's in the top 4 to take first place, but no one can relax here. They all have to go for it in this last stage, because if you back off a little bit, it's very easy to slip down and lose 2.4 seconds, and you're in 4th place, not going through the top 3.
And just like in real life, if you back off, it doesn't work. It doesn't. The car doesn't feel right, and by that I mean the way the car feels when you push on the limit. If you're not on the limit, it doesn't feel right. But also in your head, if you start backing off, how many times have you seen a driver with a minute and 15 lead do the dumbest thing ever, and then you think, how did that happen?
Sometimes when you back off too much, you drop your concentration, and then it's very easy for little mistakes to creep into your driving, or you miss your pace note, or you just don't hear a piece of information. So it's crucial these guys just give it absolutely everything in this last stage before the super special stage.
Okay, I was going to ask John who his money's on, but it's not fair, so I'm not going to do that because we've got 4 drivers. It's too close between them, and to be honest with you, I'll tell you what, I can't pick one.
Me either. I think anyone here can come out in 4th place, and anyone can be dropped out from going through. So yeah, they need to go for it, flat out.
There you go. Okay, so we're switching to tarmac, which is obviously a completely different discipline. You're looking at much smoother, smaller steering inputs here. Again, this is one of the stages I played the other day on traction. My first attempt at the stage, I was throwing the car off road everywhere because I've been playing gravel for an hour and a half, 2 hours. And John, it's just so much smoother. My steering inputs went down from 90 degrees to 10 to 20 degrees.
Yeah, that's it. Every little input you put into the steering is going to have a much quicker reaction on tarmac than it is on gravel. So you guys have to be really careful now. And if we ever make the transition from the stage previous on gravel to the tarmac riding, we'll probably come out on top here, because it's not an easy thing to do.
Pesh beautifully into some of these corners, but for me, John, it's almost double pedalling. When he came in through, and by that I mean keeping the throttle on along with the brake, so left foot braking in a rally car, you do obviously cross over the inputs nearly all the time in a rally car, and that means as the brake is coming on, the throttle's coming off, the 2 pedals are up and down opposite each other. You understand what I mean? Where it sounds like he's staying on the throttle and on the brake, almost to keep the car settled.
Yeah, and maybe he thinks that that's going to give him a bit more of a quicker response from the engine whenever he's going through the corner once he's through the apex again, so that could be why he's keeping the throttle
It
on
works when you go go-karting at a go-kart centre where the go-karts aren't particularly quick. Double pedalling can work there sometimes. But interesting. Art's own at the top of the table, and that must be so frustrating. Theo Rochelle, is Rochelle in the mix? Maybe not. Rochelle must be P6 unless he's pulled the plug before this stage.
This is super close, isn't it? They're just
It's
swapping,
ridiculous.
like
Look
up
at it.
and down, it's crazy.
Funnily enough, Pankinen at the back, and Pankinen at the moment is in, Pankinen's in P2. Just 0.3 of a second off our leader Matasia. Kazuho Iwata. Japanese driver leading. Can Iwata come back here? Did we think Iwata was a tarmac specialist?
I
I'm
did.
sure
He's very strong on
and he
tarmac.
plays other tarmacs, doesn't he? I'm sure, which are tarmac focused. Super accurate, not dropping a wheel off the side of the road. John, you know, in real life or in game, you drop a wheel off the side of the road and you're affecting the grip on that corner of the car. Oh, Iwata right out to the barrier at the outside. Just a glance. Can't beat a bit of turbo wastegate from 555 compressor now, can you?
It sounds beautiful. The sounds of Dirt Ride 2.0 are just amazing. Sound so good and realistic.
Rochelle is in there. Look, Rochelle's still in there in P6. Ardizone's dropped to P5. But to be honest, unless those front four make a mistake, this is all about who's going to make it through. Jared Pesh is in P4. So Pesh was fourth and was 2.4 seconds back. Pesh has got to beat Iwata here. And at the minute, Iwata is leading, John.
Yeah, and Pesh, he's still second. Iwata looks like he's got maybe a bit of a gap now to the rest of the field. So Pesh really going to have to just go absolutely maximum attack now. What's left of the sector.
He's swapping though between P2, P3 and P4. So Matasia, Pesh and Pankinen are so close together. But that's not going to be enough because if Pesh could beat Pankinen and Matasia by a significant margin.
By 2 seconds, roughly.
Yeah, he wouldn't need to beat
Iwata.
Yeah. But Iwata is leading, which means that Pesh has got to beat them. He's got to beat Iwata. We're on board now with Pankinen. I wonder if we're not going to get to them before we're at the end of the stage. We go, Iwata's going to take this and maybe book a slot in the final three. Crosses the line. Matasia, it's so close between them, but I think Iwata has done enough. He has. Kazuho Iwata takes the stage by a significant margin, 1.3 seconds. That's the biggest win so far, I think, in terms of stage time. And with that, the Japanese driver has secured a space in the top three with the guys who are directly behind him, Lucas Matasia and Yuna Pankinen. So the reigning world champion Pankinen goes through with his nemesis Matasia from the semi-finals and Kazuho Iwata into the final three on his first appearance, his first attempt at a competition with Dirt Rally 2.0 at this level. We have our final three. Jared Pesh missing out by a tiny margin. You've got to feel a bit sorry for Jared there, John. He did a brilliant job, and just 2.4 off after stage three was enough to make the difference. Then Iwata got him on this one.
Yeah, it's absolutely it's cruel, isn't it?
Yeah.
He doesn't get the chance to go to the final stage now, but like I said, Iwata's super strong on tarmac. That was a massive gap we've seen him win
What
that
was it,
stage by.
1.3?
Yeah.
He was only 1.7 off the lead. I'm trying to
I think that will put him into second overall.
Pankinen was 0.3 back. I tell you, it was going to be close between him and Pankinen. I think Pankinen might hold on, but we're talking by a tenth of a second.
Yeah.
So it's going to be super close. The overalls after stage four are going to give us our top three. In fact, they're going to give us also P4, 5 and 6, and I'm pretty sure Jared Pesh is going to get fourth. Just missed out on a trophy. Jared, unlucky, mate, and thank you for taking part. You've been a brilliant competitor. Jared, of course, took part as well in World RX's esports earlier on this year and was a great competitor there. Thank you so much for all your efforts with the game this year. It's really appreciated. We've then got, of course, Theo Rochelle, I think, is going to be P6, and Nicolo Ardizone is going to be P5. But we'll confirm that for you and the top three in what order they're going to be going into in the last stage after this. Well, thanks to our partners at Thrustmaster, of course, for sending all our finalists the wheels and pedal setups that they needed to go with the PCs. We've got everyone on PC because traditionally a land final we'd be doing that, and of course they're all at home. We needed them all on the same platform, and that was the decision that was taken. I'm looking at our finalists here and trying to figure. We've got the results. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at the top 6 then after stage 4, and to give you your top 3. Pretty sure we know who they are. So P6 and finishing P6, Theo Rochelle. Theo, congratulations for making the final and thank you. Same to Nicolo Ardizone in P5. Jared Pesh missing out by 2.2 seconds. To say we really thank Jared, but unlucky, mate. Congratulations to our top 3 who go through to the last stage to fight it out. John was right. Kazuho Iwata with the win on tarmac has put himself ahead of the world champion Yuna Pankinen. Yuna is not going to have the advantage of sitting and watching how much risk those guys take. He's going to have to send it on his first run through Sweet Lamb and see if he can set a time which will be enough to hold off Iwata and Matasia. So Matasia will go last and will have seen what the Finnish current champion and the Japanese pretender to the crown can do before he sees whether or not he can take P1. The times are going to be reset to 0 and we are going to have an epic fight through an epic stage. Sweet Lamb in Wales, down into that stadium. Here's a good story for you. I forgot this one the other day. When I was in Sweet Lamb, there was a streaker in the bottom of the stadium. It was as cold as hell and it was raining, and some mad rally fan streaked across the bottom of the stadium, and you've never heard cheers like it. Rally fans they appreciated that. It was funny.
I've never seen a streak in rallying before.
Mate, I've never seen one since. But what a dude! If I would love to know who that is. If you know who that is on social media, hit me up because I want to send that guy like a big up. Yeah, how rad!
It's not like a football match either, where you can throw him out of the stadium.
No,
he still has to stay at the
he
rally
probably
stage.
just disappeared into the woods after it gets closed back on, and nobody knew who he was. But yeah, streaker in the bowl at Sweet Lamb.
That's crazy. I've never seen that before.
No.
Like in all my time of going to watch rallies or rallying.
See. A bit older than John, don't think it's not really a thing anymore. Is it? There was one recently. I'm sure there was one.
It does happen, but I've never personally seen it. But I've seen people where they moon drivers and stuff.
We were there. I can't remember what year it was, and I did say this the other day. It was WRC era, as in '97 onwards. And I was there with the rally school that I was working for as an instructor. We had an Impreza there mocked up in the colours of the rally school, and we were selling driving experiences for Christmas. And so we went to several different stages, but we were at Sweet Lamb that day, and it was brilliant. It was into the dark with the fireworks coming up. Yeah, obviously we'd been there. Would there have been 2 runs? I can't remember, maybe. But we'd been there all day, with the fans promoting this rally school and say fireworks going off, streaker in the bottom of the thing, and the noise from McRae and Burns, just a privilege. So lucky to be there.
Yeah, it's so amazing when you go to our home round of the World Championship and you've got British drivers at the top that we had in McRae and Byrne. That was amazing back then.
What about if it heads across to Northern Ireland?
It'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Which the talk is, isn't it, Northern Ireland or Scotland potentially? I know. Is it Bobby Willis?
Yeah, Bobby was speaking about this last night on a live stream, and nothing's confirmed yet. Obviously, they have to plan.
Was he on with Trev last night?
Yeah, with Trevor Agnew. Yeah. So.
Hey, Trev. Spoke to Trevor yesterday on the phone whilst walking my dog.
Brilliant. Trevor's a nice guy.
I love it. He's a legend. Production World Rally Champion with Martin Rowe. Yeah. Does a series of podcasts and videos as well on YouTube. All rally stuff. Some more good stories. I bet he's seen a streaker at an event.
I've been enjoying his Friday night streams.
Yeah.
He gets all the rally drivers on to tell their stories.
Vatnam was on the other week. Mm-hmm. So they're looking at getting an event over there. Obviously, it'd be a tarmac event. Would you then be looking to raise the money to get up into a top? You must be, surely.
I don't know if I'd get into
maybe not a world car. An R5 car.
An R5 car would be lovely to do my home rally of the World Championship. Be amazing. Unbelievable. I couldn't think of anything better, to be honest.
I was going to say, for you guys, for you Northern Irons, it would be, it's a terrible accent, I know. It would be great, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would be amazing. I couldn't think of anything better. Just rocking up to a proper Irish rally stage as part of the World Championship in a proper car.
Rally Ireland was around 1 year. Was it 1 year or was it more?
2 years. 2 years. 2007 and 2009.
Which is where your love of the C4, I imagine, comes from, isn't it?
That era, yeah, but obviously going to spectate those Rally Ireland with Loeb dominating
So here's a geeky one for you as well. I do love a geek out. Have you got the onboard DVD of Sebastian Loeb in the C4 on Rally Ireland?
Isn't it? It's in Donegal. It's not Rally
Ah,
Ireland.
of course it was the warm-up event.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, John.
I don't have it. Do you have it?
Yeah, I've got it.
I'm gonna have to steal that off you.
Okay, mate. Right, rally chat from me and John done. We are going to crown ourselves world champion in the next 3 runs of this stage. You're going to see the drivers go through one by one. Now, Pankin and John, we have plenty of time to chat this through. So you're going to watch Pankin first, then you're going to see Kazuho Iwata from Japan, and then finally on to Lucas Mateda. One by one, and ramps the pressure up. But then probably it's not that different, John. To me, if this was a land final, it would be, because of the fact that you're there and you can see the guy next to you peering at you, literally from the rig next to you. What's he going to do? How do you? Is it just lit?
He's going to absolutely send it.
Oh, and there you go. Good example. That's a 2, right?
Yeah, and he's made a massive cut off a drop on the inside of the corner there. So, yeah, I think Pankinen's just going to absolutely give this everything. If he makes a mistake, I mean, that's the risk he's willing to take.
I mean, this is no lifting properly. This section for me is the harder part of the stage because, again, it's narrow. You've got a lot of crests and drops, and you've got a series of corners which are 3, 4, 3, 4, then suddenly a 2. This one goes around to the right and then left, doesn't it? It's just, yeah,
it's all about carrying the momentum through every corner, because if you lift off a little bit on a corner or you have to slightly tweak your line than what you want to take, you lose that momentum up the next straight.
Look at the big cut on the left against, I'll tell you what, and a big cut on the right, fence down as well. You've been a bill from the Forest Commission for that unit. He doesn't care right now. Oh, that was a huge risk.
Super committed, almost running out of road, but still going for it. And now, one of the most tricky corners in any rally game ever is coming up this right-hander over a crest. What's he going to do? Massive.
Oh, Pankinen's on a mission. No!
Oh, no!
Mistake! Pankinen, 2 sideways, too much risk, pulls it back. Maybe lost half a second, but how much? Maybe a second. How much did he gain, John?
I don't know.
I'm looking at this and thinking I'm going to go home. Oh, and another big cut. Pankinen is like, don't cut. Mate, you talk about no lift for nothing. This is cut for everything.
Cut for everything, but the thing is, the 2 other guys are sitting watching this. They know that they can take it a little bit more easy now and just carry speed and not make that mistake.
But then with the risks he's taking, can they? Because he's taking risks everywhere. Is he gaining a tenth everywhere to only lose half a second? Yes, they've seen one mistake, but I mean, okay, on the previous 4 stages, you're right, that one mistake would be enough to lose it. But for me, I mean, he's lit, he's on a mission.
He's definitely on a mission. And like you said, if he's making up a few tenths here and there across the whole stage, that might cancel out his mistake he's just made.
They would have been hoping, would they? Not hoping, maybe hoping your competitor goes off, to be honest. Again, knocks down little flags on the inside that mark the don't cut with those blocks on the inside of that. Committed through this section, this is like a real rally. I have to say, those forestry sections are always cut up in deep mud, aren't they, when the trucks have been through. So committed into the 2 right again. He's going to wheel off everywhere here, John. Absolutely everywhere.
You can see there the front inside wheel of the Subaru pitched into the air. And there's quite a lot of camber in wheels too, so you want to stick your car on the inside of the corner, up the inside of the camber, because if you fall off the other side of the camber, you're losing time.
Backs it in perfectly. That's
nice
downhill left-hander. Now there's a flat junction at the top here, so watch this. It's a king's right, king's left into a 3 left.
There's a lot of cutting opportunity here in the Mirland.
Either side after this junction, isn't it?
And I'm wondering if he's tempted after the mistake he's just made to take these cuts. And
he does.
He's not hugely off the road.
No, that's fair enough for me. I've seen McRae do more.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So do I. Absolutely. That I said the other day when I picked that stage about the cuts. And again, let's face it, the other drivers can watch this and take those cuts too. But
it's not like they're being penalised for not knowing.
Exactly. Pankinen fully off throttle in the right-hander, completely off the throttle to help the car rotate. He's so patient, it's easy to be eager and get on the throttle too soon. Now he's coming up to a series of crests, then a left and then downhill. And John, this downhill section is one nemesis in this stage prior to the right-hander, which is off camber. It's horrible.
It's so hard to pick a braking point for this hairpin at the bottom here now. And there's a jump just before your braking point, so that makes it even more difficult. Here's a jump. Now he's on the brakes. but
It
perfect.
just makes it look so easy. It's so frustrating for me. Right over the crest and the left now coming down again.
Gonna
He'll
jump
make a
this,
little
he
cut.
is. Jumping it, yeah. You
Wow.
sort of jump a gap in that corner. It's hard to see from the angle there, but you're taking a risk in doing that.
Oh, yes. McRae style backed into the hairpin. Give Hankinen a medal. He's going to get a trophy anyway, but for me, he gets some sort of medal with the word big send. Hashtag McRae style. Hashtag back it in. That was a perfect back it in Scandi flick into the hairpin, and just reminds me of watching this brilliant sport back in the day when these cars were at the top of the world.
Oh, he's made another slight mistake.
Oh, rolled it!
Oh,
He's
he keep
rolled
going.
it. Hairpin handbrake in. Pankinen is in full send mode. He's got away with 2 mistakes now. The front of the Impreza is bent in a very Colin McRae style. Round the left-hander. Now he's going to flick it to the right, up and over the crest. He's got just a few corners to go. Pankinen has taken every risk in the book. Through the river now, up on 2 wheels again, almost into gate post on the outside. Coming up towards the finish line. He's got the left and the right to go. On a mission. Did he take too many risks? Over the line. Okay, hand up to the head. He's not sure. It's a 5:44. Me and John are writing that down right now. 5:44.547.
He is so lucky though that
Both times.
when he did roll, he landed back in his wheels again. But you were saying he was so...
It was so McRae style, mate.
The whole stage was McRae style, but do you remember Colin McRae in the X Games when he rolled
Yeah.
and kept going in the same motion? Same thing again.
The clip of McRae at the X Games is wonderful, and incidentally, they've still got the bonnet or the hood, if you're from America, of the No Fear backed Impreza on the wall over in America at Subaru Motorsports USA. Vermont Sports Car who run that team. They've still got the bonnet up on the wall, and that is just so awesome, I think. It's a legendary bit of footage. Go and see, find the guy who's filmed it from the crowd, because when McRae rolls, the Americans, rally was pretty new to them anyway in terms of being, it's been there a long time, but in terms of being a sport that was in the public eye, and the noise the crowd makes when McRae lands back on his wheels will put their hairs on the back of your neck right up. It's ace. And that drive from Pankinen was ace. Okay, Pankinen has left nothing on the table. He's made 2 mistakes. What's the first one worth? Have a guess. It doesn't matter.
I think about a second.
You think a second. So 2 mistakes. So he's
He's lost at least 2 seconds, if not more.
Okay, but how much risk has Pankinen taken for you? If you were doing that stage and you were going, right, I'm trying to set the time at the top of the leaderboard in the world standings in the game, how much risk has he taken there? For me, it's everything.
He's put everything on the table, but he knew he had to do that because he's running first. He's got nothing to compare against, so he was trying to nail that stage as perfectly as he could. Unfortunately, he did make those 2 mistakes, but they weren't huge mistakes where he was stopped stationary for a long time.
Didn't Pankinen? I think Pankinen made a mistake last year in the final. I think he made a mistake.
He did. I think he had a spin,
did
didn't
make
he?
a mistake, yeah. So Pankinen made a mistake last year.
And still won.
Yes. Is Pankinen quick enough to retain the World Championship title, World Series champion in Dirt Rally 2.0 with that amazing run? The hairpin, skins, meds, gold meds. Yes, Unipy. Love it. That was great.
But
That was mega.
It was amazing what he just done, and
Yeah.
he gave us something spectacular to watch, which is what we want to see, and everyone watching wants to see someone going absolutely flat out, giving it everything, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
What emojis would you use for that? I'd go that one, definitely.
I think the mind-blowing
Yeah,
emoji.
fire. I'd have that emoji in there too. Maybe
Yeah.
the explosion one,
Yeah.
you know?
I could think of a few others too, but
Be a lot of emojis, wouldn't there?
yeah.
Sometimes I only like to use 3, particularly in WhatsApp, so that you get them bigger then. It's more impact.
You don't want to use too many emojis though, because then
No, but then when something like that happens, it's so rad that you're like, I'd need to like ratify this with a
so
lot of
no
emojis.
emoji limit there.
No, I don't think so.
No.
It's
Okay.
just which emoji you put, or unless you want to, maybe you go for 3 because then they're bigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are the things that matter. We're just waiting for the next car, basically. It's just truth be told. But if your emoji game's not strong, you're not paying. These things. People like me and John are really cool. Obviously, I imagine we're among the coolest people you've ever seen. We put a lot of thought into emojis, don't we, John?
Yeah, I like to select them very carefully, but I think I rate is it, I don't know if it's GIF or GIFs. What do you
GIF.
GIF? Yeah, GIF. I rate them more highly, I think.
Do you?
I find them more
I
entertaining.
love a GIF, but I just can't be hassled with finding a GIF.
Well, it's quite easy. Every message app you can search for it now, pretty much.
Yeah.
I love a good.
So
a good
people
GIF.
find really good GIFs, and it always frustrates me they find better GIFs than me. I don't know if it's they just
You
know
need,
where
you
to
need
look.
to up your GIF game.
Okay, I do. Now, meme. Is it a meme or is it a meme?
Meme
Meme.
or meme.
Yeah, I do like them. I've never made one.
No, they're too hard to make. You need like Photoshop and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too hard.
John and Andrew's run through the most important social media skills you possibly have. Earlier on, we did GCSE maths for you. That is advanced. You could, with those skills, you could apply for a job as a social media manager. You won't get it, but you could put on there that you know watched the Dirt Rally 2.0 course on memes, emojis, and GIFs. Thanks later. I'd have that trophy there for that. We are still waiting. I don't know what out of interest what they're doing. I mean, they're changing the livery by hand or something on the PC. I mean, it's just like,
He's got the car jacked up and
it's
taking the
underneath it,
dampers.
genuinely. Who are we waiting for?
Iwata.
Iwata. Kazuo Iwata. Okay, fair
Good
enough.
mind games going on, I think.
That's not a bad one. That's happened in real life. You wait away from the time control, and either your competitor is on the line looking for you in the mirror. In real life, this is waiting to see, and you look in the mirror thinking he's not there, he's not coming. And at that point, you're like, yes, he's not coming. And then you roll up behind them, and they go, he is coming. And it's a great little mind game, that. Or the other one I know a Swedish driver did, no names. Got out the car to go to the bathroom in the forest and left the car door open on purpose in the road section so the driver couldn't get to the point where they're supposed to check in, just to give them a little bit of a head twist.
I think that's a step too far. That's
yeah, but if someone did it to you, would that make you livid?
It's happened before.
Right, I agree it's a step too far, but it's... So is Kazuo Iwata sitting in Japan absolutely ready to go?
Someone blocked him into the stage where he just sat there.
He's not there. Iwata... Okay, so Kazuo Iwata, to be fair, is doing something to his PC. He may have a technical issue. He's going to have to run next, isn't he, guys? Can I confirm we will wait for him, won't we, to a certain extent? Because we want we want to run them in reverse. Well, there we go.
Maybe this is his strategy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We've just been told by our producer Luke, that it's 1:15 midnight in Japan now.
Oh no!
You're not going to be delaying at that time of day, are you?
You're going to want to get on with it and get it over and done with.
All day he's been waiting. I don't like waiting, so I get terribly nervous before competition if it matters. And I don't like it right until the point where I'm doing it. And actually then I don't really enjoy the competition quite often. I enjoy the competition when it's finished. You know, when you look back at a rally and you're like, that was awesome.
I know what you mean, yeah. It's like
the anticipation, you just want to get going. Scrutineering, paperwork, hanging around, I hate it. And it's just like, I just want to get in the car and go. And then the second you leave the service area and you start, doing things like scrubbing off tyres and warming up brakes on the run to the first stage.
Stressed, aren't you?
Yeah, and then you get to the first stage and the lights are on and you're just full of adrenaline and the lights go out one by one and then you go. And the second you go, everything falls away. And it's one of my favourite things about competition is that anything that you were thinking about or worrying about or is on your mind is gone because you sole competition on that. And the waiting is awful. And Kazuho has had to wait the longest.
Yeah, 100%. Like
all day.
Once you get on the stage, nothing else in the world matters, and that's
brilliant,
the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, it is great. If any other thoughts are creeping into your head, you have to check yourself because
100%.
You can't be thinking. Occasionally, if I'm playing Dirt Rally, I've got to be honest, I might get distracted by
the dog.
Yeah, the dog. My wife coming home from work. What I'm going to have at lunch. You just, or if you, but then I think there are ways to immerse yourself more in the game. Definitely a wheel, definitely a seat setup, but also headphones, and that's something I need to up my game on at home because these guys are all doing it. Obviously, it completely puts you in the game and nowhere else.
Yeah. We've
got some highlights for you from Una Pankkanen's run. So take a look at this, and we'll talk you through them as we go. So this is Una Pankkanen on his.
Oh no!
Oh, look at that!
Oh no!
Whoa! Did you see that?
That was a ghost.
We got a poltergeist in here. So what? Dirt Rally 2.0, the deluxe edition, by the way, just threw itself off the. It did a Pankkanen. Threw itself off the road. Has broken the rear wing on the Metro 4. Honestly, and that
no.
Is that yours?
No, it's one of the guys.
Denied. I think it was broken.
We need some super glue.
Do we?
Yeah.
Let's look at the clip from Pankkanen while we source some super glue and also our Japanese driver. Here's Pankkanen on that last one. So this is the half spin.
He just tapped the bank, which turned the car around on him.
He did well. That was the send to the hairpin, which for me was just lovely. Well, that first one's not enough. He was so unlucky there, and then Converse so lucky, because the point at which the bank goes steep there as well.
But the thing is, he's coming into a dead stop hairpin, so he's not losing the momentum. He should be already on the brake there.
I don't think Pankkinen's lost much time there. If I'm Iwata or Mateja, I'm knowing I'm going to have to light it.
You're going to have to go for it still.
They're going to have to lick the stamp and send it. It's going to have to be done, isn't it?
Yeah, get Sandy.
Get Sandy. With hashtags. Imagine all the hashtags and things that you could get from this show. Honestly, again.
Some of them you probably don't want. But
yeah, it's a shame. Anyway. Now we're done with all the modesty of how cool we are and what our brilliant skills are on GIFs, emojis, and all the other things which really matter in life. We're nearly ready for our friend Kazuho Iwata from Japan. midnight, maybe later now. We've been waiting a little bit longer. He's loading up and getting himself ready. Are we far away, guys? In the service area. So if this was real life, he'd be chucking a bit of pasta in as fast as he can. There'd be someone cleaning the number plates and the lights on the car, checking the fuel, wheel nuts, assuming you haven't done anything stupid and ripped a corner off the car. He's got a fresh car, and Kazuho Iwata at the bottom right of your screen. There he is with the gloves we mentioned earlier on. Iwata now for the World Championship title, World Series Dirt Rally 2.0. Pankkinen, top right of your screen. I imagine Pankkinen is watching the stream now because he'll want to see how Iwata gets on. I don't know that we're going to have any splits, are we, unfortunately, to see whether he's up or not, which I would have absolutely loved. Because they're running three separate times in the game, aren't they?
Yeah, so we don't even have a timer on the top left either to gauge where they are on the track and what time they've got. But I see Iwata is still sending, carrying a lot of speed here, so he knows that he needs to keep up his performance.
Iwata is using, I would say, a very high rotation angle on the steering job in game. If you look at how small his input, okay, now it does a big input, but
it's still quite small. It's no more than 90 degrees.
Right, so what do you reckon? Maybe 260? Was it 270s?
It could be probably 300, I'd say, or
really?
Or less.
Yeah.
We send it. Corey lost speed over this crest. A little bit of cut. Car gets light.
Same cut as Pankkinen through there. He maybe took a bit more on the left-hand side. Pankkinen, look at the top of the screen, still got his gloves on. They were green gloves, matching the Prince livery.
Got this
through here,
coming here.
Yeah, Pankkinen took the fence down on the right-hand side. Does Iwata do the same? I reckon maybe not.
It doesn't look like he's carrying as much speed, but it might be deceptive and deceiving.
He's so tidy.
Yeah.
I thought that from earlier on today. He really is tidy. Pankkinen now looks back across the other way. So Pankkinen, I reckon, put the stream up maybe on the screen in front of him. He's done now. He's the world champion twice, remember. He won in Dirt 4 when it was Rally and Rallycross. He won again last year.
So now Watt's just past the place where Pankkinen had his first incident.
Yeah.
And no mistakes for him.
Would you consider it to be up at the minute? I'd say
yes. I would say yes after not making the mistake.
Pankkinen adjusting the camera into the right-hand side, past the traction branding which I broke the other day. First run through the stage. Through the long left.
Tricky corner that, it's off camber and it's quite long too, so you have to really get the car rotated.
And that's really the transition, isn't it, again, between two different types of road, from the open section back into the woods again. Wet conditions, it does make a difference, John. You know, I've tried the stages in both conditions, and it does make a big difference to the feeling of the car.
Definitely, you've got less traction going forward, you know, out of the X of the corners and under braking too.
We've got the coming through now, the section on the left. It's tidy through here. Do you know what? It's so hard to judge because, as you say, Pankkinen's driving style to me is more tactical. Pankkinen is more of a Bray, and Iwata is more of a Burns. If you wanted to compare the two UK drivers, Scottish McRae and English Burns. Yeah,
we have no idea how he's doing right now. It doesn't look as fast, but we know that he's got those two mistakes in hand. If he's a totally clean run, then he's got a good chance of beating Pankkinen.
absolutely mistake-free. He's as tidy as Pankinen through there. That's mint, isn't it?
Yeah.
So close. Now after okay, now we get to see, this is the section where John said last time about the big cuts. You've got a 3 left and then you come down the hill and there's a series. After this right-hander, there's a series of junctions here, corners here where you can take a cut.
Oh,
mistake. Not such a big cut as Pankinen, I think. A little bit of speed scrubbed off, John, but not much.
No, he's still going enough speed, taking almost the same line as Pankinen.
Oh, go on, lad.
Pitching the car with the nose up through the jump.
Knocks the arrow down on the inside, be a bit of tape training behind that car. That was always good when you're a spectator. You knew someone had been taking all the road a little bit more. Down to the junction with the lights and the Jenny at it. As tidy through there or not?
I think it was just as good, yeah. I mean, it bogged down a little bit. He might have been better going a gear lower.
Look at Pankinen, the look on Pankinen's face.
He has no idea. He's the same as us.
It's so hard, isn't it? I'm looking to see his reaction afterwards, and I think that'll tell us a lot then about whether or not this tidy starts working. What his inputs? There are so many here down on the brakes. This is another tricky section. He's so late on the brakes, and yet it turns in perfectly. Now, down here, Pankinen took a big cut over the left-hand side of the road, jumped the gap. This next left-hander, he does the same. Okay, now this is where it was backed in beautifully by Pankinen. Later.
A lot straighter.
Oh,
on
he's
the
half
entry
spin
too.
almost and has to turn back out of it. Not as quick through there for me as Pankinen.
Definitely had a couple of tense loss there, but he's on the run down now into the bowl. Going to carry as much speed as he can, but try it. Oh, so close to the edge.
Is he going to be close to the edge at the bottom here? Because this is where Pankinen made the mistake. He's done the same. He rolls in the same race. End over end sideways. He rolls 4, 5, 6 times. Is he going to land back on his wheels? Iwata has to reset. 5 seconds gone, it's over. Kazuha Iwata has binned it at the bottom of the hill in
And he's
Sweet
got 2
Lamb.
punchers.
Oh,
Or at least 1 puncher as well.
nightmare for the Japanese driver. What a shame, John. That was such a tidy run, but Iwata has made a mistake in the exact same place as Yuna Pankinen. Pankinen knows. Fist pump from Pankinen. He's trying to hold on to that world title. Fair enough. Iwata, unlucky, mate. Iwata up towards the finish line. Pankinen, look, rubs his hands together, puts them behind his head. Kazuha Iwata finishes the stage. We've got a slight delay on his zoom as he comes across the bottom. Not so much emotion from the Japanese driver, but he will be disappointed, and it is a 5:58.9. Going to make a note of that 5:58.9. Where is he on my
So he lost
sheet?
about 10 seconds with the roll, and then he got a 4-second penalty as well.
That's just...
I can't believe it, though, the exact same corner.
No, I know, and you
But
think...
it's such a tricky spot because you're coming down the hill and you have to pick a braking point. When you pick the braking point, you're going into the right-hander, and then you've got a water splash which kicks the car up. And after the water splash, if you're running wide, you've got to jump, which throws you out even further.
It's just, yeah,
it's a very tricky
It's
place.
really hard because of the gate, you can't cut too much to the inside. Again, it's another one of those sections that, dare I say, I don't really enjoy because it's
one of those places where if you want to make up time, that's where you can do it.
Yeah.
Because normally, if you want to get through it there with no mistakes, you're going to take it back a little bit and make sure you get through without going wide. But the thing that makes that so tricky is the fact you're coming downhill, you're going through a set of gates, you've got a water splash,
So the
then
water
a
splash
jump.
is where the trouble with the water splash is if you don't have enough lock on, the water splash will do, and this is the same in real life, which is why the game's so good. Basically, a sump guard under the car protects the bottom of your engine, but it then, if you want to think of it like a boat, effectively it's a plane which leads to the floor of the car. So if we're going to look at a replay, let's have a look at this while we talk you through it. But John, you know what I mean? If you're going too fast, effectively your sump guard will surf you off the outside.
It was a massive shunt as well, wasn't it?
1, 2,
You can hear
3,
the air
4,
going out of the tyre.
5, 5.5. So he's had to hit reset there. Yeah, in fact, he did go end over end and then rolled.
That's a proper
Go
crash.
on, lad.
And we've seen drivers roll there in real life too. I think
Yeah.
it was Mickey O'Hearn rolled there in real
Did
life.
he?
Yeah.
Which car?
Focus.
So John knows stuff about rallying.
So it is
we do
a
like
dangerous
it.
spot
We do
in
like
real life. And
Yeah, it is. It is. But it's a great stage, Sweet Lamb. It is a great stage. Have you driven through it? It's not one I've had the pleasure of doing, I don't think, Sweet Lamb. Maybe a bit
I never done it in competition, but I done a thing called the Pirelli Star Driver shootout.
Was that there?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it was held at Vietnam, so
Yeah.
I have been there, but I don't really know it that well.
Yeah.
So what do we think? Is Matej
So, okay,
going to
so,
take it?
so what I want to look at is the role. How much was the? Did you say it was 4-second penalty for?
Yeah. So you take out of it, he would have done a 54, which is still 10 slower than.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, is the roll? But was there another? No, the 4 would have been the penalty for the reset, wouldn't it? So it's not a penalty for reset plus the 4. The 4 is the reset penalty. But the roll itself, you're still heading towards the apex. I don't know. I wonder if he was fast enough anyway. But he looked it to me. I don't know. And
I
then
don't
you
know.
said there was a puncture, didn't you? Anyway,
We're never going to know, and it
man.
would be lovely if we could have a split system.
we might have to go back through that and digest the splits.
We could
Somebody
set them
cleverer than us.
side by side, and then
And
we would
look at
know.
it. Yes, we might do that.
Yeah.
Might be a video. Right. Lucas Mateja, at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, is now the only driver who can deny Una Panken, the reigning World Series champion in Dirt Rally 2.0, a third world title with Codemasters and their Dirt Game series. He won Dirt 4, Panken did. A mixture of rally and rallycross. Last year at the Autosport Show, he won Dirt Rally 2.0 World Series. And Lucas Mateja now at the bottom of your screen is the only man who can deny him a third World Championship title, a second World Series. Look at Panken, and he's all fired up. He's all smiles at the top of the screen. Mateja's got to be nervous because in some ways, if Iwata had gone quicker, I think Mateja would be thinking, okay, I can do this. But to have seen Panken's run, the risks he took, and the fact that he got away with it, that's a champion's role with all that, where you have a small roll onto your wheels with no damage. That's a champion's role. And plenty of top drivers have had it. And it's kind of frustrating, isn't it, for Mateja? He'd love it if he could have... Imagine now if Mateja had seen Panken and Iwata had a roll and not recovered from it, he'd be laughing. But he's not.
He's still got a lot of pressure on his shoulders because he needs to go fast enough to beat Panken, and obviously he didn't lose that much time, like you said, Andrew. So it's he won't be able to measure this. I think he's just going to go as fast as he can and try not to make the mistakes. And if he does that, he knows he's got it in the bag.
You mentioned earlier they would probably have practiced the multi-stage the most to make sure that they were on the money when they left the first stage, particularly because, of course, that is mixed surface. Everything else is one surface. It's either snow or tar or gravel. But how much have you practiced this stage? Because at the end of the day, it's actually the only one that matters once you're in there. I think similar line to Panken, and sorry, this was where Panken's first mistake was, wasn't it, John? Yeah, go on, how much did you practice this?
I think this one would have been really one of the stages that they practiced the most as well, because like you said, this is the one that matters and the one that will make them champion or not. But yeah, he got through that section where Panken made his first mistake, no problem, so see if he can keep it up now through the rest of the stage.
Beautiful through the traction hairpin. He's late on the throttle, but he's early on the apex and carrying the speed through. There's that off-camber left, which he's perfect on again. Now it's a 90 right, in through a gate. Do not touch the gate. Big cut on the inside, bigger than Panken.
Yeah, it was really, really good, but so far it's been a super clean run, no mistakes, but this is such a tricky track to go flat out on. There's so much things to catch you out.
Here's one for you. Lucas Mateja is in the final for the World Rallycross Championship later on today. If Mateja takes this, he could be double world champion, double World Series champion. He could unify the belts, as it were, and bring together both the Rallycross and the rally titles in Dirt Rally 2.0. I mean, that's like undisputed champion of the world business, isn't it?
That would be absolutely amazing if you could
It would,
achieve
wouldn't
that.
it?
That would be such a
It
good
would
thing.
be mint. Come on, Lucas, but come on, Una as well. We can't have favourites. Una for me, you know, he's the benchmark. He absolutely is the benchmark.
He's the Loeb or the OJ of,
He is,
of
isn't
this
he?
sport.
We've
yeah.
called him McRae already. I bet you're loving us. We've called him McRae, OGA. I mean, but Mateja is trying to take that away. Mateja is trying to do a Tommy Mackin, and he's trying to take it away from McRae on the last stage. And if you were McRae, Mackinnon was one of those guys that you had to fear, because he was another guy who could go 11 out of 10 and pull it off.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about making as little mistakes as possible, but going flat out at the same time.
Mateja's quick through there, John. See the weight transfer on
That's
the way
a
into
lot of
90
speed
right.
out through there.
Really good. Panken, not looking quite so chill at the minute. Mateja will know where the mistake was for both those drivers, but then you back it off too much and end up losing. Oh wow, tension is building now. Una knows it, top right of your screen, just chilling in his chair. Oh my goodness me, the world champion, the reigning world champion, the current leader of season 2 of the World Series is waiting for Mateja, who was so close to him in the qualifying stages. Mateja and Pankinen both came from PC, remember. They were in the same semi-final together. It was super close between them. Here's that downhill section into the braking zone. Here we go, John. Analyse this for us.
She's going to take off in the air, braking. Use a little bit of grass on the left to open up the entry into the corner. And then it's a long, fast, medium corner. And we're coming down now into this bit where you can make a little bit of a cut over the left here.
Oh, hangs a wheel down the ditch on the right-hand side. Mateja is leaving it all on the line here. He backs it in Pankinen-McRae style. He is giving it to Tommy Mäkinen. Pankinen knows now it's maybe going to come down to this last run down the hill into the famous bowling Sweet Lamb. This is where the fireworks are up in the sky if you're a World Rally Championship driver as you come down through the all-important water splash. Can he hold on? Mateja through the splash.
Oh,
on the bank! Same mistake. Back down onto the road. He doesn't roll. Mateja gets away with it. Into the hairpin now. He's chasing the time of Pankinen. The time is 5:44.547. Lucas Mateja has made a mistake, but he got away with it. Pankinen had 2 get out of jail free cards. Mateja's had 1. Up now over the crest into the water splash. Critically gets the gate right on the exit now. This for the World Series champion title. Pankinen shakes his head. Has Mateja done enough? There's the time on the right-hand side. 5:44.5. Who gets it? Oh, it's Mateja! Lucas Mateja is the World Series champion! Dirt Rally 2.0 takes it by just under 2 seconds. Pankinen is defeated thanks to roll. Mateja, he rolls his eyes. It's relief. It's a big grin. Head in his hands. What a drive, and he could still win the World Rallycross Championship title later on today. Lucas Mateja, what a drive. What a drive.
I can't speechless. I can't believe all 3 drivers made this mistake in the same place. Even
That's unreal.
After seeing each other.
2 seconds, like he must have done the work elsewhere. Obviously, we know he didn't have the half spin, so he'd maybe you can hear the crowd in the background in game. I can. Wow. Lucas Mateja,
I think it would have been
Series
very
champion.
close if UNP didn't have his 2 mistakes.
They all made that mistake. I don't know that there was much difference in UNP's role and Mateja's up the bank. Maybe a tiny bit.
Probably a little bit extra penalty for UNP whenever he had the roll as well. But
I'll tell you what, it delivers, doesn't it?
That's just like you couldn't write that stuff. That they both. Like all 3 of them made a mistake in the water splash.
Right, next time, this is what we're going to work on for next time. We want splits through the stage, don't we?
Yeah,
because you want to see that ebb and flow because you can see Una was like us. He knew it was a good run. And Mateja, for me, somehow was midpoint between Pankinen and Iwata in terms of style. You know, Iwata for me was a clinician.
Yeah, super smooth.
Yeah,
driver
Una
style.
like it's full send, and Una yes for the full send. That medal, you know, I'll send you an emoji of a medal later. Trophies for these 3 guys up behind John here. Left-hand side is the World Series champion trophy, which is going to be heading the way of Lucas Mateja. Could we be putting 2 trophies in one box? He's in the World Rallycross Championship Esports Finals later on today. So he's had all that pressure and build up to this. He's won a World Championship. I'm practically shaking thinking about it. He's got to do it all again this afternoon. So do tune in at 5 p.m. Can Lucas Mateja unify the titles and become the undisputed champion of the world in Dirt Rally 2.0? That would be mega, wouldn't it?
It would be such a nice story, wouldn't it? But he's got a lot of really good drivers to race in Rallycross as well. So the Dynamo brothers.
Oh, it's gonna be. It will be great. So join us for that. The middle trophy is going to head the way of Una Pankinen, the world champion who has missed out this time. Una, thank you so much for being a part of this again, because having the reigning champion in there it will mean all the more. And I hope you will understand what I mean by this. It will mean all the more to Lucas to have won it from Una in a straight fight, and that's great. It's a brilliant bit of sport, and that's what we're here for. And the P3 trophy heading all the way out to Asia, out to Japan for Kazuho Iwata. Kazuho, thank you for staying up so late every time for the competition here in Europe. Wicked. I'm feeling really
Amazing.
emotional about it all. It's just great. You
so
can't beat a
good.
final.
Oh.
Can't beat a final.
That was amazing.
I think have we got an interview ready? We ready? Okay, Lucas, can you unmute your microphone, please, on Zoom? In the classic COVID-19 style, we need to unmute the microphone on Zoom so that we can hear Lucas Matasia. Lucas, can you hear us? Can he hear us? We can't hear him. Lucas Matasia, can you hear us? Oh no, we want to talk to the world champion. He's chatting to someone, but we can't. Can you guys hear him in the gallery? Okay, not at the minute. We're working on whether or not someone's texting Lucas how to unmute on Zoom. It's a big problem this year. You know,
it's just part and parcel.
Oh, yeah, like 2020 through 2021. You know, like you got to unmute yourself. I did it the other day. You got to switch the camera. You have to even be let into a Zoom meeting now. It's all got terribly official, hasn't it? Your best bet is just FaceTime, to be honest. It's just so much easier. You know, if FaceTime comes up, you can ignore it or not. It's easy to answer. You can be anywhere. It's just great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, depending on where you are.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to FaceTime in the shower.
Definitely not. No.
Like, try not to, you know. Okay, have you ever answered the FaceTime to your ear? Like you answer.
Oh, and someone just looking at your ear there.
Yeah, my mum's done that. Cheers, mum. Make good mention from mum. So we're going to see, are we going to be able to speak to Lucas, do you think? Or, okay, well, look, if we can't speak to him, we can speak to him later on. So maybe we'll speak to Lucas Matasia. If we don't speak to him in a minute, we could speak to him ahead of the Rallycross finals, because he's going to be in that. So perhaps that's our best bet. We'll see if we can line him up for the final later on today in Rallycross. Wow. Dirt Rally 2.0, delivering all the way. John, it's been an amazing series, hasn't it, Season 2? So I've been lucky enough as well to do Season 1, but also Dirt 4. I love it. It is a great game. It really, it's easy for us to say that, being involved with it, but I've always played the rally titles all my life. I love it, and it just delivered again today just amazing.
100%. It's so good to see the best players on this realistic game, you know, going
Can you believe how close it was?
Head to head, and there's only tenths between them, but then going into that last stage and just seeing them crack under the pressure and all making the same mistake. It is amazing. And
I would never feel bad about making that mistake again. The three best drivers in the world.
That's the champions corner.
It is. Yeah, it's like the last corner in Canada F1 circuit. Yeah. That's the champions wall, isn't it? Yeah. You're not a champion till you tap the wall there.
Water splash.
Yeah, champions water splash. That's just been renamed. In fact, that can be some sort of an achievement, I imagine. If there's ever a future game, we want some sort of an achievement on the Sweetland water splash. Right, we're going to try one more time with Lucas. Let's see if we can have a chat with Lucas now. Here we go. Where is he? Lucas Matasia, can you hear me? Oh, we're still missing audio. Lucas, we still can't hear you, unfortunately, at this end. Look, Lucas, I know we'll be able to hear us. We're going to work on getting that fixed for later on today, and we'll see if we can have a chat with him. But Lucas, just from our point of view, massive congratulations from myself, John, Thrustmaster Traction, Dirt Rally 2.0, everybody involved in this, and I know from everybody watching at home, Lucas Matasia, the World Series champion for Dirt Rally 2.0, and he's got a chance of making it a double later on this afternoon. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks to the guys over in the gallery. Best wishes to Tom again from our team who's suffering at home at the minute. I hope you get well soon, mate. John, well done. Been a pleasure on the rally side. We've just got Rallycross to come later on today. So 5 p.m. UK time, you'll be able to join us for the finals of Dirt Rally 2.0 on the FA World Rallycross Championship. We'll leave you some highlights, and we will see you then after you take a look at the traction competition as well. Here you go. So Traction, you can win a PS5, an Xbox Series X and a gaming PC. All three of those go to you, and that will mean you have absolutely no excuse for not being one of the best drivers in the world, should we ever manage to run another one of these series. At Traction GG on all the social medias, and search for Traction GG on YouTube as well. You can see some content of me playing even worse than that, a World Champions. I think I crashed at the Champions Water Splash when I had a go at that as well. So enter that competition on Traction's social medias. Have a look at some highlights, and we'll see you at 5 p.m. later for World RX.
questa volta ce l'ho fatta. Primo, questa volta ce l'ho fatta. È la questione di capire un attimino diciamo, come si può dire, la tattica, dai, una sorta di tattica alla fine. Fantastico. Comunque è molto divertente questa game. Molto divertente. Diciamo che se uno vuole passare un po' di tempo così a cazzeggiare, perfetto. È veramente carino. Non ci gioco spesso, però ogni tanto mi piace. Magari cerco le partite multiplayer online, così sono divertenti. C'è molta lotta, molta bagarra, poi comunque vanno più o meno tutte uguali le macchine, quindi basta insomma poche vetture alla volta, perché le cose sono 12. È divertente. Ovviamente questo non è un simulatore, questo è un gioco puro, fatto bene.